shows just the full contact. It doesn't show options. It's fine.
Sending contacts to yourself?
Yeah. I just completely blanked. I'm also going to text myself the guy's number.
Oh, and Jeff needs that number, but he doesn't need it right away.
Well, I was going to do a 4-way.
Got it.
Why are we asking if I have your dad's or Margaret's? Let me.
So you can text them while I drive?
ALAN?
Yeah. I also texted you the live stream.
What's Margaret's last name?
Cheney.
Oh, she actually did change it.
It used to be Smith.
Bluetooth audio setup. Push the talk switch and say pair audio player.
Select audio player.
Select audio player. Push the talk switch and say the audio player name.
Watermelon.
Push the talk switch and say confirm. Otherwise, say go back.
Go back.
Go back. Push the talk switch.
List audio player.
List audio players. To select a name, push the talk switch during the name playback.
David's iPhone.
List of audio players is complete. Push the talk switch and say the audio player name, or say list audio players.
Go back.
Go back. Bluetooth audio setup. Push the talk switch and say pair audio.
Pair audio player.
Pair. Push the talk switch and say a name for the audio player.
Watermelon. Watermelon.
Push the talk switch and say
Confirm.
ready for the audio player pairing. Please use the audio player to connect it to the Bluetooth audio system. The passkey for the audio player is 1259. Searching. 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 The audio player is paired. Bluetooth audio setup. Push the talk switch and say pair audio player. Select audio.
Select audio player.
Select audio player. Push the talk switch and say the audio player name, or say
Watermelon. Watermelon.
push the talk switch and say confirm.
Confirm.
Please choose a connection method. Push the talk switch and say from car or from audio.
From audio.
From audio, push the talk switch and say confirm.
Confirm. Watermelon.
Selected. Returning to Bluetooth audio setup. Bluetooth audio setup. Push the talk
Cancel.
Cancel.
Why does my podcast app not work? I was going to start the first leg of the trip listening to No Agenda. Whatever you can read.
I hate you.
What's your favorite podcast?
Oh, you know, just.
Let's go.
Trying to see if it has an update.
Yeah.
Oops.
We can. There's no audio right now.
Oh, we're never do audio.
Yeah, I'm just saying. There's not. I don't think. Oh.
Oh, there is audio.
Not anymore. Yeah. Turn the audio on. There.
Hey guys, today.
Which takes you down?
Text my dad and brother the.
Oh, the link.
All set? Yep.
Let's go. Let's go. Second road trip. Woo!
Timberglen Road, then turn left onto Timberglen Road.
Since when does it do that?
Turn left onto Timberglen Road, then turn right.
This is saying.
I was at a wedding last night, and people were asking me.
That's a cigarette.
Cryptocurrency.
We're going George
I'm
Bush.
like, do you really
Oh,
want me to
turn
get
left.
into this with you? This meme coin.
Damn, we're going George Bush all the way down to 20?
So
don't think so.
I'm at this wedding. What's this? The former. This is the wedding you're.
Oh yeah, the trash compactor is missing.
Andrew tried to get a hold
There it
of.
is.
Yeah, I was meant to tell you.
I guess they
management issues.
picked up the whole thing and.
Oh, yes, look at that.
Emptied it out?
Yeah.
Management issues. Well, especially since he's now the lieutenant for the sheriff's office of Gillespie County, which is good. We like knowing our buddy Mike. Yeah, I would think so. You don't want to just
Very excited.
Yep.
It must have been 10
How long has it been since you've been in Kentucky? Was it 2 years or was it a year before you and I got together?
I still had my truck. Last time I went, I drove my diesel truck.
Oh shit.
So it was before I wrecked my diesel truck, which was. I need to start getting like dates burned in my brain.
Mhm.
So last year, 2024, was not it.
No.
The year before that, 2023, was not it. But I did go to Colorado that year. 2022, probably 2022.
So it's been 3 years.
Yeah.
George Bush. Oh, you do have your clip-ons on.
Unplug and plug in the USB.
There it goes. using your CMO for Wi-Fi?
It's plugged in. You can connect to it. Yeah, I'm using the CMO for the yellow box.
Well, your Wi-Fi's on.
I guess it's on the CMO too.
Yeah? Mine too? I'll take it. Oh, we're going east. Time for me to get comfy.
We'll be stopping at Love's first chance to get gas.
Yeah, I figured.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, by comfy, I just meant take off my shoes and sit on my foot.
Yes, Andrew calls me. I think, no, I was going to text him. I was like, I'm ready. And then I decided I'm going to ghost him. Because he's now using it as engagement farming. He's all over X like, is there a feud? What's going on? What's happening? Oh, what could be happening? Oh, he hasn't texted me back. I'm glad we can provide some promotion for the action. I haven't had a chance to listen to the show. Did you bring it up on Tuesday?
On the yellow, there's a record button somewhere. Not that one. The record button. It's a label, just a gray box.
We're
Yeah.
Is everything okay?
Start recording.
Right.
That records to the memory card.
I'm like, I think so. I don't know. Then you said, listen to our show. Well, until you listen to the show, you'll be fun. Are we under martial law yet? Is the main question of the day.
Oh, that was supposed to happen on Sunday.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. Guess not. Guess that hasn't happened.
Yeah, and I haven't seen anybody posting about it.
No.
Why it hasn't happened? Because they have to have a new date.
So there was.
It's been put off to some other date.
So I make a joke about this at the wedding yesterday, and Joe was there, Laura Logan's husband, and apparently
Was Laura there?
No, she's doing a speech at the time. I just tell her. And apparently he had already told a few people a week ago I have martial law school. I'm like,
Was he a believer in this?
I guess so, because other people said, yeah, Joe, what happened to that? And I'm like, Joe, what? That's like a Victor thing. No. He just wouldn't do it on Easter. I'm like, come on, man.
What?
Yes. It's crazy. That's why. Then I hit him right back with this. Okay, I know I'll change when JFK Jr. is our vice president.
I have talking about Super Bowl things. I have a bit with my son.
Okay.
I may have brought this up, but I don't think it happened.
I'll remind you if you did.
Yeah, I'm sure I will. He made a substantial bet, and I have to put this down. I have to get this in writing. I have to send some email back and forth. I do have one witness, and he's just adamant about it.
This was one not enough to need more witnesses.
Like, well,
Oh no, wait, this one, I think you have brought this up. That J.D. Vance will become president and then Trump
Me
will be
buying
vice
these clip-ons?
president. He'll quit and then he'll
Me
become
buying these
president.
clip-ons?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, and he's adamant about it. He told me that. And we're all witnesses. We have a million witnesses. We've heard this.
I know, but it has to be. Yeah, it has to be what? I can't refer to a podcast. I can't.
What do you do? How dare you denigrate the show?
No, it's not that. It's that I have to keep track of the date of this podcast, then refer to it.
That's good. You can get
As
on
opposed to
Bigot.
something in an email, which I.
You'll be able to go to bigot.io and send a direct link to the audio
brief Easter truce.
Yeah, I think this is
Oh,
pretty
no.
bad. I have to say. I don't think there's been a bombing in
Jeffrey
Yeah.
and his, by the way, people shorthanded as BT Dubs.
Yeah.
He literally put BEETEEDUBS
Yeah.
instead of actually putting
Right.
BTW.
Right. BT Dubs. What do you say? By the way, what?
So he messaged back into the group chat that I made,
Alright.
and he put a thumbs up. Thanks, Andres. This is Jeff, BT Dubs.
Got it.
But I'm like, really, Jeffrey? You look so cool.
It's been this bad. I'll kind of work backwards in the timeline because before what happened last night, we had this.
Tonight, President Trump lashing out at Ukraine. President Zelensky on social media. What? Is that what
We call it
Lashing out. That used to be the pet phrase of Amy Goodman.
lashing Vladimir Zelensky on social media, writing, he can have peace or he can fight for another 3 years before losing the whole country. The man with no cards to play.
Is she still working?
well,
Right. I don't know why I got
Radnich. It's fine. And we have
Radnich.
We have nice. No, I don't know if that was a quote or editorializing.
Trump angered by Zelensky's refusal to accept a U.S. proposed peace deal that would prohibit NATO membership for Ukraine and would include Ukraine giving up land that Russia has seized since its invasion, in addition to giving up Crimea. Zelensky saying, there's nothing to talk about. It is our territory, the territory of the Ukrainian people. Vice President J.D. Vance threatened to end the negotiations if Ukraine does not accept the U.S. proposal that calls for Ukraine to give up land to Russia.
We've issued a very explicit proposal to both the Russians and the Ukrainians, and it's time for them to either say yes or for the United States to walk away from this process.
Now, what's odd about this is just around this time, we got this news about President Putin.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has expressed for the first time in years a willingness to hold direct talks with Ukraine. This marks potential diplomatic movement as pressure mounts from the U.S. for both sides to reach a ceasefire deal. Speaking to Russian state media, Putin claimed Moscow was open to discussing the possibility of halting strikes on civilian infrastructure with Kyiv. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has also signaled readiness for dialogue, proposing a 30-day ceasefire to end attacks on civilians. Though Russia has yet to accept the offer. As talks intensify, the U.S. has warned that it could withdraw its support for London this week. The coming days could determine whether renewed diplomacy finally leads to peace.
So, or no, people just don't care anymore. Maybe they just run AI over this stuff. White balance, schmike balance. Let the computer.
Well, they're idea that they don't, but I would get the impression that they
It's purposeful. Listen, look at that. It's
but then again, it's they're falling off of MSNBC and CNN over the years could be reflected in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me.
I have the NTD version of the update between Russia and Ukraine. It's a Russia-Ukraine update.
The president also talked about Russia and Ukraine today. Tell us the latest on that.
Sure. So inside the Oval Office, President Trump now said that he thinks Russia is ready to have a deal and that the U.S. already has a deal with Russia, but it turns out that Ukraine is now the one to negotiate with. Watch.
If Russia is ready, and a lot of people say Russia wanted to go for the whole thing, and I think we have a deal with Russia. We have to get a deal with Zelensky, and I hope that Zelensky, I thought it might be easier to deal with Zelensky. So far it's been harder, but that's okay. So, but I think we have a deal with both. I hope they do it because I'm looking to see, and we spend a lot of money, but this is about a lot of humanity.
Meanwhile, in the Truth Social post this afternoon, President Trump criticized Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky U.S. will never recognize Russian sovereignty over Crimea. Meanwhile, Vice President J.D. Vance saying that if Russia and Ukraine don't strike a deal, the U.S. would well just walk away. And meanwhile, the U.S. is focused on talking with Russia this week with Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, in Russia this week to talk to Russian President Vladimir Putin for the fourth time.
Okay.
I mean, it's undeniable. And we're talking assault rifles, grenade launchers, anti-tank weapons.
To be going to Europe and not Africa.
Well, I would say they'd be funneled through Europe. But think about the people who are in Europe, the people who have been let in.
Oh, you think there could be a fifth column?
Yeah. Well, fifth column, I mean, just nut jobs. Nut jobs throughout Europe. We kind of saw this after, what was it? What was the Yugoslav wars, the 90s? Lots of weapons throughout Europe, and yeah, we had gangs using them, terrorist attacks, and now we've got all kinds of crazy people in Europe. I mean, the war could be going to the streets. I think Europe may not be realizing what could possibly happen if these guys have a grim view of things. Well, I have a kid there, you know, so
I was also thinking we'll listen to, if you want, an object.
I just took it off my Kindle.
I have it on mine, I think. Audible.
Yeah, I know. I like your reminder. Lynch down.
Oh, that's
I mean, depends. I have 63 books.
Yeah, I remember we started that one. I think when I was coming down off acid.
Yeah.
And actually was like really digging it, but then I fell asleep. So I wouldn't mind listening to it.
Or you can listen to it and I'll just be in the car.
It's up, yeah.
weapons have a weird way of
And I'll listen to it if I get into it.
It's not that hard. So, European leadership likes it. They're all in it. They can't turn back their financing and all these.
There has to be something behind Zelensky's reluctance. Besides, it's just pig-headedness. It's got to be the Europeans telling him, we'll back in.
Yeah, we'll put you in the EU. You'll become a part of Europe. We promise, pinky swear. Come on, just keep going. Don't stop. Use your scripts. I would think so. Anyway, happy news, everybody. Happy days, good times. It's all fantastic.
I got a couple clips on Elon Musk quitting.
Now, is it quitting or is it going to reduce his involvement?
I think he's not quitting or reducing. I think he's just saying all this.
You don't even think it's true at all. So there's no pullback.
He's got his team in place. He likes to be in the know. Well, not that, but within the power structure.
He should take a sabbatical, or say he's taking time to focus on his multiple.
Can you refill that juice?
He should. You're right. I think he's trying to do that, but he's doing it in a funny way. I've got some clips from NPR, which will have a slant to them. And so this is Musk out.
Okay.
Elon Musk says he'll pull back from his work in the Trump administration to focus on running his electric car business, Tesla. For the last few months, Musk has had massive access and power within the White House. NPR's Danielle Kurtzleben reports on the relationship that was mutually beneficial until things got complicated.
On election night, Donald Trump gave special attention to one of his biggest supporters.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. The star is born, Elon.
Their political courtship was only a few months old. Musk endorsed Trump shortly after the July assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. Musk later explained his attraction at another Trump rally in Butler in October.
We had one president who couldn't climb a stairs, and another who was fist pumping after getting shoved.
Musk would go on to spend $250 million supporting Garden rally, Trump had already said Musk would lead a project they called the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. Howard Lutnick, who is now Commerce Secretary, introduced Musk.
How much do you really think we can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion Harris Biden budget? I think we can review at least $2 trillion.
Musk brought a chaotic energy to his new political role. He grabbed headlines when he twice made a straight-armed gesture that resembled a Nazi salute at Trump's inauguration. Musk denied that, then joked about it on social media. Once Trump took office, Musk was everywhere.
I keep getting notes from the EU, from the European countries, mainly the Netherlands, who correct me on Tesla, say, no, you're wrong. The reason some people are not buying Teslas or renouncing their ownership is because of the Nazi support and his support of AFD. They truly think he's a Nazi.
Yes, I believe this to be true. I've noticed this following some of the foreign news coverage that there is this strong belief that he's, and you see it on even on late night comedy shows, he's a Nazi, period. It's just not even an issue. It's not even a question.
It's obvious. He did this, and that's what you do, isn't it? I mean,
that's what Nazis do.
It's delusional.
Do you think
it's trivial? But it's concerning. It's concerning that people, that the machine is so strong that people actually believe this, whether they've even seen it or not. Or they maybe seen a picture somewhere, they hear people talking about it.
Shot of him giving his salute. I mean, Waltz did the exact same thing.
No, I mean, I know, we know that. Everyone who's listening to the show knows that. But that doesn't matter. The fact that you can still launch that into the media, into the universe, really, into the ether, let's put it that way. You can launch that into the ether, and people just go,
and make it stick.
And it sticks. I mean, we all should be very worried about that. That is, it's a phenom for sure.
It has to be fun, but it's a hopeless battle.
That's why you listen to the No Agenda Show.
He does.
Thank you, Dan.
So they continue with this. This is more. As you listen to this is kind of like an eulogy. They talk about the entire Musk story. It's more like a movie.
Are they sad he's going? Is that what's happening?
I can't say that's the case. It's just like they're wrapping it. It's like a wrap. Maybe Musk wrap.
Maybe they must wrap. Maybe it's because they had all the packages and the scripts written when they told everybody that they were going to break up months ago.
Pressure warning.
Should we use it now, both?
Sure. That's always possible. I don't think NPR is that into having these, because that's TV stuff, because you have it, but it's possible. Here we go.
Riding on Air Force One and taking questions. Trump was
if it's just low pressure,
constantly praising him.
Let the cabinet speeches for a second.
At DOGE, Musk had companies that do a lot of work for the federal government. He gleefully set to work reshaping the bureaucracy. Others really.
He must have had the MMR jab as a kid. There's no doubt about it. Musk is so on the spectrum. It's not funny anymore.
Under Musk, DOGE has effectively dismantled some agencies and left others reeling after slashing tens of thousands of jobs. But big savings have been hard to find. On the campaign trail, Musk had said he was shooting for $2 trillion. But by a cabinet meeting earlier this month, the goal was much smaller.
I'm excited to announce that we anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion.
Courts have halted many of DOGE's actions, including attempts to obtain access to sensitive data. By spring, Trump was saying that cabinet members would be taking more of the lead in making decisions about their agencies.
Hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud and abuse has been already found. And that doesn't mean they don't have a little bit of an argument here and there about something, or maybe personnel arguments.
There were also signs that Musk was becoming a political liability. He spent and campaigned heavily for the conservative in a Wisconsin Supreme Court election in April, who then lost.
You know, the conservative television and radio media, they don't really cop to the fact that it's $150 billion, significantly less than what was promised.
Well, there's an assumption that it's going to continue and grow. $150 billion isn't chicken feed.
No, this is what we gave to Ukraine. We guess. We don't even know that. We don't know anything. We know anything about the numbers.
We don't know anything.
It's just, we know nothing. It's just numbers that people throw out there. Who knows? Who knows? But, you know...
we left $80 billion plus in gear in Afghanistan that could have been retrieved. That's $80 billion just... Well, there you go. There you go.
But you see, I'm not looking at the actual values, the marketing numbers. The marketing numbers, $1 billion is nothing these days. We didn't even know what came after $1 million when I was a kid. What comes after $1 million? I don't know. You know, we had no idea with all of our devaluation of currency through printing, now the billionaire is the new millionaire. And we don't even think about what that means anymore. If you went on the street and said, how many millions is $1 billion? I don't think people even know.
Oh, they know.
They've come up with 5% of their proposed savings. That's not impressive. It's a lot of money, but it's not impressive. And they're not saying more to come. So, marketing-wise, I think it's kind of a flop.
They are saying more to come. It's that these reports aren't saying more to come.
Well, they're also saying he's not Hitler, but the reports say he is. So I'm just looking at perception of the media.
Well, let's wrap it with the third clip.
Meanwhile, widespread Tesla takedown protests were happening at dealerships nationwide. Musk openly disagreed with Trump's tariff policy, at one point calling trade advisor Peter Navarro dumber than a sack of bricks. Musk's job at Doge was always supposed to be a temporary assignment. Recently, Trump has been vague about Musk's future, but complimentary as always.
Well, I think he's amazing, but I also think he's got a big company to run, and so at some point he's going to be going back. He wants to. Would you want to keep him around? I'd keep him as long as I can keep him. He's a very talented guy.
This week, Tesla reported dismal earnings, and Musk announced to shareholders that he would be paring back his role at Doge. The White House has not responded to NPR's questions about how much Musk will be scaling back.
I do have, I think, a Franz Van Katra clip about that includes some of the quarterly call. That's the one where everybody typically calls up and says, "Great Q, guys, really good." Not so in this case.
It hasn't been a great year for Tesla, the U.S. automaker headed by billionaire Elon Musk. For months, protesters have been vandalizing Tesla cars and showrooms, upset at Musk spearheading mass layoffs at major government agencies.
Now, if we were running France 24 and this guy auditioned, would you say, yeah, that's a go for on-air voice?
Play it again.
Through his work at Doge, it's been so bad that President Donald Trump has threatened to imprison the protesters in El Salvador.
12 minutes away from the Loves.
I think it'd be more for some gay channels.
Deliveries of Tesla's aging lineup of cars have nosedived, and Tesla's profits have been hollowed out. Tesla's net income
I think it's been right on the
71% from the same time last year. Investors have sold off the company's stock at a rapid pace, causing its price to drop by about half since December. Nonetheless,
been driving for a little bit, the air warmed up,
on Tuesday,
increased the pressure enough
his work with the Trump administration.
There's been some blowback for the time that I'm spending in government with the Department of
This
Government.
is how traffic was on our way to work yesterday.
To get the country back on the right track.
But I was on the far left.
Working together with President Trump and his administration.
Because the far left was
AMD goes down, we all go down with it, including Tesla and everyone else.
Yielding to investors' worries, Musk said that next month he will begin allocating more.
Is a group chat between you, Jesse, and...
Right, do you want to respond to it?
Oh!
You can respond on your phone or my phone, whatever.
You didn't add me to that group chat.
Oh. Well, add yourself. I heard you just push, sorry. Say where...
No, I can add myself.
Okay. I'm thinking we'll probably stop somewhere at this point, but it's depending on how we feel.
I really am co-pilot today. Dang. Going straight to Dad's or stopping at Marty's? Where does Marty live?
Lawrenceburg? Maybe.
Lawrenceburg, Kentucky or Tennessee?
Kentucky.
I mean, Lawrenceburg is 12 hours? But that's passing Frankfurt.
No, it's not that. I don't know where he's at.
There's also a flood warning.
If we stop at Marty's, it's on the way.
Oh, got it.
But we're mostly there by the time we get to Marty's. Like, we make the Marty's, it's not much harder to just keep going.
Got it.
Who was asking?
Your brother.
Yeah.
So I'd be like, David has decided.
Yeah.
Which I should probably add him as a contact. So I said, David hasn't decided. I think we're kind of winging the drive altogether.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
More time to Tesla and cut back his time at Doge. He returns as the company faces difficulties from Trump-imposed tariffs. Tesla paused imports of some China-sourced components after U.S. tariffs on the Asian country rose to 145%. China has responded with tariffs of its own, leading Tesla to suspend some orders in the country.
I was watching a report on the BYD, the Shanghai Auto Show. They launched the new models. Oh man, those are gorgeous.
I know.
They're really like cool looking car. I mean, I still would not want a battery car, but they're cool looking cars. You know, and then you look at the Tesla, it's like, feels kind of 2010-ish.
It's old-fashioned looking.
Yeah, that's his
problem. It was good looking when it came out.
Well, he had that designer guy, right? He had the OG designer.
He had some designer that did it. Yeah, they've been kind of like. That guy wasn't around anymore. Everything's got stale looking.
After the S,
the S was the good looking one.
Wasn't that the guy who designed the car that kept catching on fire? Remember that one?
Fisker.
He's just driving 5 feet, catches on fire.
I I thought it was, but it turns out I don't know if it was or not. I wrote something up about it, the designer, and then I got people saying, no, you got the wrong guy. And so I don't know what the story is with any accuracy on who designed the original S. But
that guy's not there. Whoever it was,
he's not there. That's the point. Yes.
I do have a related clip, which is from Al Gore, who had this very.
Well, I'm glad you got the Al Gore stuff. He gave this speech.
Yes.
And by the way, I did mention in the newsletter, we missed again.
Oh, no,
I think
Earth
for the
Day.
15th year in a row.
Earth Day.
We missed our annual Earth Day promotion.
Yes. Shame on you. I saw the local news doing a thing. Cocktails. Earth Day cocktails.
No.
So you can make it look like the continents, and then you drink it on Earth Day. Like, what is this? No, they don't even have anything. Deluded. Who even organizes Earth Day? Do we even know who's in charge of this? Hold on a second.
I think whoever designed it, didn't it start in the 70s?
Let's see here. Earthday.org, the official site. And I'm being verified by Cloudflare. They don't think I'm a human. Doesn't say anything. Oh, board of directors. Oh, a bunch of ugly people. Let me see about how they have their history. What's their history then? Every year on April 22nd, Earth Day marks the anniversary of the birth of the modern environmental movement in 1970. You are right. The stage was set for Times bestseller Silent Spring in 1962. Yeah, did you read it?
Yeah.
What was it about?
It was about how we're gonna all die.
Oh! Book. Anyway, so...
Pesticides.
Oh, yeah. And the hole in the ozone layer.
That was in the 70s.
You'd be looking up like, where is it? How come it's because of your washing machine.
So yeah, so
I wanna go there.
It was free and it was a
El Chico?
refrigerator that was causing the refrigerator.
They used to be all over the place.
Okay.
And me and Jeff used to go there when we lived in Irving. And they were just pretty solid, Tex-Mex. And then it was one of the few places where you got chips.
I'm gonna go there.
You got chips, salsa, and queso at the table for free.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And like I said, me and Jeff just used to go all the time, and then they used to close a lot of them. That's like one of the few left. So I'm like, I want to go there for all time's sake one day. That's all.
Whenever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that far from us.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of is, but...
But then they came up with something
crazy.
If it doesn't use free. And then it was hairspray.
Yeah, this is more toxic, but it doesn't put a hole in it.
And then there was hairspray. Hairspray was doing it.
Hairspray, bad.
And I personally am responsible for a lot of bad things in the environment in the 80s and 90s. So Al Gore does this very interesting thing. He says, I don't like calling people Hitler, but these guys are Hitler.
I want to know that here's what is not a president. I understand very well why it is wrong to compare Adolf Hitler's Third Reich to any other movement. It was uniquely evil, full stop. I get it. But there are important lessons from the history of that emergent evil, and here's one that I would. In the amimus of the so-called Frankfurt School of Philosophers was a man named Yuri Habermas.
Your brother. Yeah.
Do we know him?
Yeah.
Yes.
He wrote a book called The Authoritarian Personality.
Oh, okay.
Very famous guy.
Oh, thank you.
Who wrote that the first step in that nation's descent.
So my friend, he's going to wake up today. Like, he's working right now, and then after work, he's going to wake up. I was like, he's like, road trip buddies. I was like, hell yeah, shows for us to arrive at 2:10 in the morning. So let's see how these 13 hours go. He's like, ooh, drive safe. I was like, partner's driving right now, so I'm being passenger princess at the moment. I was like, passenger princess with my Kindle. He's like, Diva, you're gonna read like 6 or 7 books.
6 or 7 books.
6 or 7 more than I will read. I was like, period.
Oh my god, you're gonna read like 6 or 7 books.
haven't made any plans.
What is all these cars being towed? 1, 2, 3. What the fuck, guys?
Bro, what the fuck? That's true. Is it a good look?
It's on your side.
Oh.
Thing is, if I pull in front of this guy, he can't pull out until I leave.
That also looks like it's a car in tow because
You can only tow one car. You can't do a train of cars.
Yeah. That car's also fucked up.
Are you leaving?
That's actually a really good time to like get here, because I was starting to think, I'm like, I need a potty. Oh, they just won it in the lot. Should go.
Too. Son of a... You guys suck. Get the fuck out of here. You can't even pull through all the way, you know, like...
Yeah, people suck.
What? I was like, are you kidding me? Shit, fuckers.
Shit fuckers?
To be stopping with the car.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, let's be honest, it's not legal.
No, gracias. Y sí, sí estoy. Igualmente.
What?
I'm like, I think it's done.
Did it? I think so. I mean, 17 gallons. Yeah. Do you want your Gatorade in the car or in the fridge?
I was in the car.
Okay, I'm putting these in the fridge.
Do I look Latino? There's this guy, older guy, walking around. And he's like, "Hey, I got homemade tamales." Okay, have a good day. I was like, "Dang, motherfucker."
Recentered, but you know, zoomed out more. That's fine. Let's do this. Oh, some bitch assholes using.
He's probably. I was like, he's probably not even fucking using it.
Yeah.
He is. I see.
No. No.
Freeze, mother.
Nice Airstream. So normally are just a trailer, and the.
What's a Tic Tac?
Yeah. And the big appeal of them is that
and outfit the cabin with every luxury you need to fulfill. Our dream coaches are built with unmatched quality, standard design, and attention to detail.
See that box he has on the back?
Yes.
I want something like that.
That would actually try again.
300,000.
314,000. It seats 4 and it sleeps 2.
Look at that old man. Oh, hunched over.
Hey, I love you.
It's gonna be me.
No, I know, but I love you.
What?
But I'm gonna go get a sugar daddy to be added on the will. You're like, you're stupid. Oh yeah, it's pretty. I mean, I will say it's very pretty on the inside.
It better fucking be.
Do you want to see it?
Yeah.
Shower, toilet, sink.
Yeah. Up there.
Yeah.
All set.
So I looked at it.
Looked at what?
The Airstream.
Okay.
It's $2,383 per month for 240 months for financing. That's 20 years.
240 months? Damn.
$3,000 a month, essentially, for 240 months. Do you want me to get down?
Do you want to? Or would you?
Yeah.
Please.
Gatorade or coffee?
Gatorade.
That's why I took it out and everything, and
well, I was like, well, I'm not drinking all the drinks yet, but then I shouldn't have put all of them up.
How are you? You only got a 3/4 pound?
Almost $70. So I was like,
I thought this was 50.
Well, no. It was like $68.
God damn. You didn't even open it all the way.
Okay, we're good?
Yes. Damn, that means I have to be frugal.
We'll make it.
I missed this.
There's this little pole.
Mm-hmm.
The lights.
That's nice.
What is that on his door?
That's it?
See the...
Oh, the bracket? Probably a step on him.
Mm-hmm. That's what it is, the map.
You know, I think that's a Jeep thing.
Yeah. So they're all like off-road and shit. I'm like, well, I'm off-road too. It's got the...
Yeah, I see it.
All his light bars and...
Mm-hmm. I do like his light bar in the front. Drive up.
It's green.
Oh yeah, that light bar on his hood. It kind of sucks because then you can't put the glass down. But
nobody does that anymore.
Including humans. It has jumped to other mammals, including humans, implying it could jump from human to human. This is an obvious pharma segment here.
70 Americans have caught the virus. One has died. Long feared as a possible pandemic, doctors and veterinarians fighting the virus told us Biden's government was slow to act, while the Trump administration has now laid off more than 100 key scientists. As the virus keeps spreading.
Yeah, so when you die, you know who to blame. When we create this,
Bravo.
you know who to blame. The question is,
that's a Bravo.
Can we actually ramp up another pandemic now that the World Health Organization is falling apart?
He described the large sudden drop in funding in US foreign aid as severe. The United Nations Health Agency has no choice but to slash jobs and operations.
The refusal of the U.S. to pay its assessed contributions for 2024 and 2025, combined with reductions in official development assistance by some other countries, means we are facing a salary gap for the 2026-27 salary.
This is about for some reason the beginning got cut off, but it's about the World Health Organization saying they have to lay off people. But listen to me. I thought Bill Gates was financing this, and the Chinese. Why don't we have anything to do with it? When you hear the numbers, you'll understand why.
From other countries means we're facing a
independent without telling me you're Nikki independent? No shit, where is it? It's me. I'm talking about me.
I was more worried about I didn't leave it behind, did I?
Plans to fully withdraw from the organisation next January. In remarks to member states, the WHO chief Dr. Tedros said they would be saying goodbye to a significant number of colleagues. He said the funding gap represented about 25% of staff costs.
It's only 25%. Their salary is $2 billion a year. What? They've got the video shows buildings everywhere. What are they doing? They actually explain what they're doing.
Stress that did not mean a 25% cut in the number of positions. The leadership team in the organisation's headquarters will be reduced, and there's a possibility some WHO offices in wealthier countries will be closed. The agency, which coordinates the world's response to health emergency, prevents disease, and expands access to...
Prevents disease. Don't you hear that?
Ooh, that's good.
They do that. Yeah. With the $2 billion, apparently.
Wealthier countries will be closed. The agency, which coordinates the world's response to health emergency, prevents disease, and expands access to healthcare, needs to reduce its activities and recenter on its core functions. The news comes shortly after WHO member countries finalised an historic agreement to help prevent the next pandemic.
They were going to help prevent the next pandemic with an agreement with that paper.
So how many great pandemics have we had over history? Two. Well, more recently we had two. We had the Spanish flu in 1917, then we had 100 years later.
Yeah, we had
the so it's about every 100 years.
Two that I can recall. And we had the Black Plague, of course.
Yeah, that's way before. I think the 1400s.
Yes, that was Elizabeth the Great.
But there was a Elizabeth the Great.
She was great. What was her name? It was Elizabeth the Great. I know, right?
It was not Elizabeth the Great.
Yes, it was. Yes, her name of Russia.
Catherine the Great.
That's what I mean. Her name was Catherine Elizabeth the Great.
Catherine Mary Ellen Catherine Elizabeth the Great. So,
that's why there's two of us. Just so you know.
So they happen about every 100 years, maybe, but they keep trying to make them happen. This is what interesting to me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And here's
so we cut our foot. We just say, hey, get lost, you guys. The next thing you know, they're going out of business. Because, boy, we're the sole support of this operation. Is the U.S. taxpayer the sole support for all these bogus agencies and government operations?
DOGE now has saved $151 billion. It's good news. That's how you need to look at it. $150 billion. $1 billion, or two, let's call it $2 billion. So a little more than 1% funded the entire WHO. Just imagine what that $150 billion could be funding. What kind of nonsense. And the outflows of that funding of nonsense probably creates a lot more issues for people, certainly in the United States. But there's more, because now we have to keep on hammering away at Bobby Diop.
Misinformation about measles is spreading fast. A new poll shows parents are not.
It's spreading like measles.
It's not measles, though. It's the misinformation.
Yes,
that's spreading fast.
Misinformation.
But I like the way they put it together in such a way where in your brain it sounds like measles is spreading fast. This is one of these tricks we keep finding.
It's good.
Misinformation
of measles is spreading fast. Because if you chop the sentence up, it just says measles is spreading fast.
It's great. It's perfect.
Misinformation about measles is spreading fast. A new poll shows parents are not sure what to believe about the measles vaccine. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has amplified some misconceptions between the vaccine and the diagnosis.
That's another tricky word. He is amplified. And the other people were saying, but he has amplified it with his I can barely talk.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has amplified some misconceptions about a link between the vaccine and the diagnosis of autism. An estimated 6 out of 10 adults have heard a false claim about the measles vaccine. Uncertainty has led some parents to delay or skip getting their child vaccinated altogether. There have been 800 confirmed measles cases across 24 states so far this year.
I forgot to mention how many did. So the memory is a funny thing. I have been mentioning often about Robert De Niro that he pulled a documentary Trump. It's way older. It's pre-Trump for sure. Okay, pre-Trump is all I need to know.
There was a bit of controversy, some headlines at the beginning of this year's festival when it was announced that this film called Facts would be screened at the festival. Later, the festival pulled it. Was it because of the backlash? Were you surprised that people reacted the way that they did?
I was shooting a movie. I was in the middle of a lot of stuff. I think the movie is something that people should see. There was a backlash which I haven't fully explored, and I will, but I didn't want it to start affecting the festival in ways that I couldn't see.
I hate that sound.
And there's a lot of information about things that are happening in the city.
You know what I should have done?
What?
As a parent of a child,
I should have gotten a MagSafe ring for my Kindle.
I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm not anti-vaccines. And you get a person that can get a certain shot, and they can die for it. Even penicillin. So why should I not be vaccine? Which it is.
So you made public for the first time saying that you went to UNC this on autism. That had been a very, very private thing for you. Yes. The reason you wanted this film shown was to start that conversation.
Absolutely.
Do you believe you'll now have a role in that conversation going forward?
Yes, because the thing is, to shut it down, there's no reason to. If you say
any of the documents that people asked for.
Well, no, why would you?
This whole thing is just the most corrupt thing I've ever seen is the entire Health and Human Services Division.
Well,
is it and the tentacles of the pharmaceutical companies and the fact that the whole thing's ridiculous.
Headline: the top CDC vaccine safety officers' records appear to have gone missing. How about that? How about
records
that?
of the payments from Big Pharma?
the pay stubs. Well, Bobby the Op was very busy. This has also been a long time coming.
From cereal to snacks to juices and yogurt, it's hard to shop for items that don't contain artificial dyes when you've got mouths to feed. Kids who are pretending.
Nice nap, Pop. Did you catch that? Yeah, it's great.
Artificial dyes.
When you like, you don't. So listen to this report. But when you have mouths to feed, mommy, you don't care if there's poison in there. You need to feed your kid because your kid's going, mommy.
For items that don't contain artificial dyes when you've got mouths to feed. Kids who are potentially adversely affected. Some of what prompted a big step Tuesday to phase out the remaining 8 synthetic dyes from America's food supply by the end of next year.
We're going to try to work with Congress.
Got the tire pressure again.
Make sure that we have adequate labeling so mothers who go into the grocery stores will know what is good for their children and what is not.
Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr. and the FDA announcing a national standard and timeline for the food industry to transition from petroleum-based dyes to natural alternatives.
I didn't know that they were petroleum-based.
Damn, it's great.
Yeah, it's just oil.
You can do amazing things with crude oil.
Yeah. From petroleum-based dyes to natural alternatives. The FDA is starting the process to revoke authorization for citrus red number 2 and orange B in the coming months, and authorizing 4 new natural color additives in the coming weeks.
Do you know what the natural color additives are?
A lot of it comes from beetles.
Well, that's not what the guy said. Stand by.
A lot of vegetables. Beet is a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, close.
Additives in the coming weeks.
For companies that are currently using petroleum-based red dye, try watermelon juice. Yeah! Watermelon juice! Here's a little cup of watermelon juice, all red and sappy.
Several dyes have been linked to behavioral issues in children or have been shown to cause cancer
19.6 miles per gallon so far.
Humans, but other countries have already banned the additives. The FDA is also
What's your normal range?
The city and highway mix, it can be between 16.5 and 17.5.
Got it.
Depending on how much city.
That red dye number 2.
But I reset it when we got gas, so it's on my way right now.
Got it. So I was gonna say this is the first time that you're actually taking this forerunner to Kentucky.
To where?
To Kentucky.
Yeah.
It's the Journal of American Medical Association.
I thought that should be.
What was? Do you remember what it was when we went to Kansas?
Well, I don't know.
He's promised.
Well,
About 18.5.
Okay.
And that was with Turtle on top.
Yeah. Turtle was full also.
Yeah. We'll see. And like right now, because I just reset it, it's like.
It's just calibrating.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like it's not really fair. We'll see over the
quarter. Yeah.
They published this, and this was a study, population-based study. Now this is Finnish citizens from the Finns, born between January 1st, 1985 and December 31st, 1997, whose demographic, health, and school information were linked from nationwide register. So, and they followed these kids up until their 17th year. And the question that they asked, the question of this study was, is having peers with a mental disorder in the same social network during adolescence associated with later risk of mental disorder?
Still drive and I'm not.
I know, white knuckling.
I was gonna say, like, I've done the Kentucky drive so many times, it's really not a big deal to me. You're gonna be tired too.
They'll never let that
happen.
But I realized it, right?
Yeah.
I'm a bus. I realized it when I was driving to Arlington all week this week. my mind goes into like a stasis when I'm driving.
Yeah.
And it's so bad. It's just like, whatever. It is what it is. Let's go. And it's like, and it's like second nature.
Yeah.
It's like, oh look, you need a.
I mean, yeah. Once you get like settled in, like for me, we're barely getting started. But once you get like an hour in, and you're just like on the highway and you're settled in, like you just kind of.
Yeah, just stasis mode. It's like, okay. Like your eyes just dart everywhere, and you're just like, okay, just keep going. But like moving traffic, this is actually like so comfortable because it is moving traffic. It's steady moving traffic instead of it being where it's like constantly stopping.
Yeah, that sucks. And then, like for me, if I've got a good audiobook
or a podcast or something, yeah, your brain just goes to it goes boop, boop, boop. Yeah.
Especially with the audiobook, you start like really getting into it. You're just like, yeah.
I'm me dropping my phone. I'm gonna look at the babies.
Oh yeah. Oh, what you could do, put the app on the iPad. That way we can stream the babies.
You want me to do that?
Sure. I haven't switched to the other thing, so you can.
I really should have got into MagSafe.
Yeah. Get one while we're there, on the way back home.
It's currently upside down.
Willow Road. Next gas station, buy another pop socket, put it up the other way.
I could. Rotate sideways, but that's fine. My gosh. Oh, I hate the UI.
Slightly worse gas mileage. Not good. Slightly worse gas mileage. Not good. Blown tire wear.
What was your password?
Blown tire wear.
What was your password?
3 lowercase DIMO number 4 capital SAUER.
SAUER?
Yep.
SAUER?
Yep.
Take that sweet ass time. There it goes. liquid, buddy?
You hear the birds chirping?
I think I would just drive it with my phone.
Yeah. Lost connection when you did that.
I see a bogey.
Oh, it still works. It's just lagging really bad.
I see a bogey in the bed.
You have the microphone turned on your phone?
No. I'm going home to church.
Be so bad. For my clippage.
Give us some examples of social contagion, John. Do you have any trans-Maoism TikTok clips to share?
Actually, I do have some trans-Maoism TikTok clips. And I want to start with this one, as I got 3 clips. And this is the one that we're start with trans wisdom. This is a very handsome-looking girl giving us some thoughts about where trans is really headed.
Just so we're all abundantly clear here, not only are trans people sacred, they are wildly evolved human beings. I'm going to invite you to imagine for a moment the amount of strength, courage, self-knowing, and profound self-development that is required in order to walk through the world
Made it back. Oh, yeah.
knowing that most people will deeply misunderstand you. The average person will not walk through the world in their authentic embodiment, knowing that even 1 or 2 people in their circle will misunderstand them. From a psychological and a spiritual perspective, there is absolutely, other than love, nothing more important or more valuable than authenticity. That's why we come here into human bodies. We come here to self-actualize, to know who we truly are, and to live as our authentic selves. We, trans people, are wildly evolved, and one day we will understand them as wisdom keepers that will bow at their feet.
Wow. All right, I'm going to give it to you. That was well worth it. Wow.
I did not expect that.
Well, it's interesting that to walk boldly with your transness as who you are spiritual as a person is completely okay, but don't try that as a Christian. Interesting.
Well, so here's a good example of this kind of the wisdom that we're all going to bow down to from a trans person, and this is the misgendered clip.
I don't understand what is so hard about correcting other people. My name is gender others. Like, it takes you like 2 seconds, but you know what it takes for me to have to constantly do that? A lot of fucking unnecessary emotional labor that I already have to take on a daily basis just to fucking exist and be who I am. But you don't have the energy to speak up and say something on my behalf?
No, tell me she had a GoFundMe. She needs a GoFundMe. She needs a GoFundMe.
I know I like it cold sometimes. But dang it, I have shorts on.
Wait, there's more. There's more.
Set it so you're comfortable.
Yeah, I got it.
I guess looking for great spiritual wisdom from this person.
So I'm coming home from a bar, and I was kissing this straight guy. He wanted to take me to his house because, he really liked me. And I told him I was on my period. Well, that's not true. I don't get my period. I just didn't want to tell him that I was trans.
the bands. And so they have a bands off the wall, like Labubu, in like bands clothing.
A few names are already being mentioned. First, the Vatican Secretary of State, 70-year-old Pietro Parolin. He's an experienced diplomat and seen as a compromise candidate between progressives and conservatives. Another Italian, Matteo Maria Zuppi, the Archbishop of Bologna, is also a possibility. Like Francis, the 69-year-old cardinal is known for his social commitment to migrants and the poor and cares little about pomp and protocol. Outside Europe, there's Cardinal Sergio de Rocha from Brazil or Luis Antonio Tagle in the Philippines.
They will enter a conclave.
Could the keys be given to another progressive?
You don't have audio, right?
The Archbishop of Marseille shares the same views on immigration and church relations with other religions as Francis. On the other hand, the College of Cardinals could choose a more conservative-leaning pope like
sure USB is off.
or German Gerhard Muller. There's also politics at play. We must not underestimate the influence of the Catholic Church's very large financial sources, which can come also from the United States, from Africa and elsewhere, and which want to refocus the church.
My loving partner bought it for me.
Even with the Pope, who wanted to decentralize his church and who wanted a church that reflected the poorest and those who suffer. Whoever is selected, the choice of the future Pope will send a strong signal in a context of growing tension within the church.
So there was a couple listed there. The list is quite long of possibilities. Thank you all for sending me all. And by the way, the prophecy of the last pope, that's a good one. Oh man. It's like if it's Peter of Rome, then this will be the last pope, and then the end times are here. A lot of that.
The guy, they're talking about Pietro Parolin.
What, of the last pope?
Is that going to be the last guy? Because he's the Italian that's in the running.
Well, so the prophecy of the last pope.
Where did this come from? Where did the prophecy appear?
Well, it appeared in my email a million times.
It appeared in the
email. Yeah, the prophecy. Let me see. It's the Malachi prophecy. Saint Malachi. Made prophecy of the end times by Roman Catholic Archbishop Malachi. There's a whole theory behind it. I'm sorry, I just don't buy any of that. Now, actually, I will reveal my prediction today. I might as well get it in early. I have to say I'm very conflicted. The last time I predicted the Pope, I was only politically minded. And, I was just looking at, okay, Jesuit makes sense.
You're doing it the way we pick soccer games.
Yes, exactly. So, but I'm conflicted because, well, it was this report, another report that gave me some pause to think about it, because you would hope, me as a believer, that God would have his hand on this and that he would pick a good person. Now, I'm not a Catholic, and I have my questions about, is the Pope really the guy that talks? Please don't email me. Is the guy that, he talks to God.
AdamandGray.com.
I'm not going to answer it. I think that there's any guy who's going to be bigger than anybody else, but that's your thing. That's fine. People believe in John Smith and Mormon church, whatever. It's all good. I got my own thing going. I'm not a member of a religion, but I do think there's a guy in Africa, and it was the first thing that came to mind. And I saw this report from Deutsche Welle, although he's not mentioned.
They're going to elect a black pope.
I think I can give you my prediction.
They're going to elect a black pope.
Francis was seen by many Africans as a champion of the continent. Francis's anti-colonial stance and fierce criticism of imperial.
Because, why not? Out of Catholics, I think a majority of them are African or black. Very popular. So why not have a black pope?
Not with a Catholic.
Huh?
Not with a Catholic.
There's a shit ton of African Catholics, though. Of course, Mexican and Spanish.
But it's weird because black people are mostly known for baptism.
Not American black people.
Oh.
People from Africa.
Oh, yeah.
African, Nigeria.
But there isn't any cardinal. There isn't any cardinals right now that are people of color.
Got it.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Like, that's what, like, so the thing is, in order for you to be elected pope, you have to be a cardinal for so many years.
Right.
And right now, it's a lot of white men.
Oh, yeah. Always have been.
Yeah. So, let me see. Diploma. I got it.
I use YouTube. I use YouTube. So gonna send me a playlist.
He's like, what app do you stream music with? And I was like, he's like, YouTube, Apple, Spotify. I was like, David has YouTube Music. I have Apple.
Yeah.
When I take over to drive, it looks like we're getting rain, so I will not be driving.
In the heart of the Kenyan capital of Nairobi, hundreds of Catholics gathered to bid a final with this fierce criticism of imperialism, colonialism, and global inequality. Pope Francis became a voice for the continent. He was the first Latin American pope. Now many here feel that an African pope is not a question of if, but when. It's not solely up to the cardinals.
What we believe is that the whole process of electing the Pope is
7 million Africans have converted to Catholicism, making the continent one of the fastest growing regions for the church. Many in Africa believe Pope Francis was one of the main reasons for this.
I don't think that's true. I don't think a lot of Catholics don't like Pope Francis. But the guy not mentioned is the guy I'm going to predict. And
he's also
on my mind.
He's actually a passionate promoter of social justice. So that actually would be really good for him.
I think I even mentioned on the show, and you scoffed at me because you said,
yeah, that would sound like me.
Yes. I believe it will be...
So, Adam Curry, I don't know if you predicted the last Pope or the Pope before last. I think it was the last Pope. But he actually, like...
Pope Francis?
Yeah, he, like, predicted it and was right, you know. Dumb luck, lucky guess, don't know, whatever. But it's a joke that he's like, oh, Adam's from the future.
Got it.
And so now he's like, oh, let's make a prediction for the next Pope.
Let's do it again.
Yeah.
See how close we can get.
Yeah.
Cardinal Robert Sarah.
But he's at least looking at like research and like actually seeing who's available.
West Africa. And he's almost 80. So
he's merging left.
Not a big risk. Not a big risk.
Maybe there's a good reason.
You want that.
He's outspoken.
Yeah, because the other one above has fucking hazards.
French and Guinea. Spanish. So French, English, Spanish, and Italian fluently.
Oh, that's also another thing. Languages are a big thing.
Against
Pope Francis knew 7.
Ideology.
He'd be able to talk to
the radicalization that threatens the family.
That's Robert Sarah?
Yes, Robert Sarah.
S-A-R-A-H?
Yes, Robert Sarah. He is going to be my prediction for Pope.
Okay. Well, I have the list of the next Pope. I talked about this on the DH Plug Show. You didn't listen to.
No, I'm sorry. I will. Though.
I am speed. Oh, that I drive.
What do you mean?
I hate roller coasters because of the speed.
Oh. The drops from terrifying heights don't bother you?
Kind of, but not a lot.
To me, it's just the drops, the going up really high and then going down really fast. Speed, I don't give a shit about. It's the fear of heights.
Yeah. I mean, I had a panic attack and I cried myself the entire time when I rode the Batman. My sister forced me to.
Which way?
Huh? My sister forced me to.
Which sister forced me to?
My sister?
Oh. Your sister forced you to.
She's like, why the fuck did I bring you if you're not gonna ride a fucking roller coaster?
Yeah.
So she's like, you have to get on one. And she was like, we're getting on the Batman, let's go. cried. I cried like a baby. I was like, like panicking.
Yeah.
I mean,
as part.
But the difference between a roller coaster is it goes 0 to 70, and my car doesn't.
So speed's not scary. It's the heights.
I don't know. I haven't been on a roller coaster since that day.
Yeah. It's the go slowly up the hill. Click, 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 click.
Oh, look, we're over.
You get to the crest of the hill, and it's so steep you can't even see down. It looks like you're just going to go off the edge of the cliff, and then.
But I'm also not an adrenaline junkie.
Me neither.
So I think that's why I'm like, I don't care about roller coasters.
Last time I rode one that was like a serious coaster was Texas Giant. That one was so bad. I still don't like the heights. That's the part that scares me the most. But then once it's going, I'm like, well, okay, it's not too bad. But I just hate that. But especially that first part, I don't like it. And it's the worst part is just climbing the hill.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And then once it's going, I'm like, okay. But I don't care. I don't want to go.
Because I'm on mailing list and you can't believe that. Oddspr.com.
I believe it. I believe you're on the mailing list. The Pope mailing list, yes. It fires up once every 40 years. It's a great list.
This is the list in order of the next Pope, odds.
Odds? Oh, I have odds.
The even bet is Louis Tagley of the
Philippines. Yes, I would say. I understand why they're saying he's a possible.
The number 2 pick on the list, 2-to-1 odds, is Pietro Parolin, the Italian
Vatican reports there was no foul play. Pope Francis had been ill, admitted to Rome Hospital on February 14th with life-threatening pneumonia, although he was able to hang on to one final Easter as he delighted the crowds at the Vatican with a surprise Easter blessing on a Sunday in what is now known as his final public appearance.
How do they spend so much time on that?
How did they do that? Who's the editor of this operation? This is not a story. This is a bogus story.
She had a big smart board, and she was showing you swiping up these tweets and putting big X's on it. And oh yeah, it's called Verify. It's the Verify segment.
Yeah. Oh, they got that from France 24. We had that just to play a couple clips from that myself.
Yeah, the BBC has a whole show that does it now. It's like misinformation, debunking everything. By the way, right on cue, amazing. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the season of reveal.
She stayed silent for over 30 years. Now Hélène Perlon, daughter of French Prime Minister François Bayrou, is speaking out. In an interview with Paris Match magazine, she reveals she was a victim of physical violence by a priest at a Catholic school summer camp. One evening, while we were unpacking our sleeping bags, he suddenly grabbed me by the hair. He dragged me along the ground for several meters and punched and kicked me all over my body, especially in the stomach. Perlon was 14 years old at the time. She claims she said nothing to her father to pretend the victim's brother. He encouraged her to speak out, to no avail.
Because children's voices weren't listened to at the time, she wasn't able. She may have wanted to protect her father too, but perhaps François Bayrou wasn't very present at home due to his political duties, and as a child, she wanted to protect.
On May 14th, François Bayrou is set to testify before a parliamentary commission investigating abuse in the Catholic congregation that ran the summer camp. Bayrou says he had no knowledge of the physical and sexual students of the congregation's Notre Dame de Béthune
users of Instagram and Facebook had to choose between consent for Meta to use their private data for advertising or pay a monthly subscription for an ad-free service. Under the DMA, gatekeeper platforms must provide a less personalized but equivalent alternative to users who do not consent to the usage of their personal data. A Meta spokesperson told the Epoch Times that the European Commission is attempting to handicap successful American businesses while allowing Chinese and European companies to operate under different standards. In a statement to Reuters, Apple said it would challenge the EU fine and called it another example of being unfairly targeted in decisions that are bad for the privacy and security of users. The fines come amid trade tensions between the United States and the EU, notably the
user stuff. I do have two clips of it that I think are more appropriate.
Well, can I just state on big time an executive order aimed at bringing artificial intelligence into
You don't like the AI part?
No, it's horrible. Like, all these guys, all the guys who were in there, they finally got what they wanted. Now, of course, it's a task force, so it's not done yet, but they have 90 days to come up with plans for the Presidential Artificial Intelligence Challenge. The challenge shall encourage and highlight student and educator achievements in AI, promote wide geographic adoption of technological advancement, and foster collaboration between government, academia, philanthropy, and industry to address national challenges with AI solutions.
I didn't pay attention to that the whole thing, to be honest. And it's nice to know that you're on it. It makes part of your one man
fight against AI. The director of the NSF shall take steps to prioritize research on
oh my God, beautiful tree.
Modalities in classrooms.
Oh, gee.
Partnerships.
I didn't just drive, but I sat in the
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the U.S.
That's one of the newer ones.
They had a little slam against Trump, and the whole thing was just typical NPR crap. I thought that this one was more meaningful, and it had about the same length, a little bit longer. I think it was more meaningful and more in depth, and I thought it hit this mark. And this is from NTD.
China, in particular, is in need of a rebalancing. Recent data shows the Chinese economy tilting even further away from consumption toward manufacturing. China's economic system, with growth driven by manufacturing exports, will continue to create even more serious imbalances with its trading partners if the status quo is allowed to continue. China's current economic model is built on exporting its way out of its economic troubles. It's an unsustainable model that is not only harming China, but the entire world.
Bessent added, quote, treating China, the second largest country in the world, as a developing country is absurd. In addition to pushing for more pressure on China, Bessent urged the IMF to reprioritize the World administration for devoting, quote, disproportionate time and resources to work on climate change, gender, and social issues. Bassett added, quote, mission creep has knocked these institutions off course.
I didn't know that IMF was working on gender issues. This is out of control, this gender thing.
They're trying, but they're not getting anything. They're not going to be able to move this forward. It's just not happening. I keep reading about the Mar-a-Lago Accords everywhere, though. It's like, oh, we're in this. It's time now. It's time. But we need a new. What's it called? The original one, the 47. A new Bretton Woods.
Oh, Bretton Woods.
It's time for the Mar-a-Lago Accords. I keep reading it everywhere, and I think we're the first ones to use the term.
I don't read it anywhere.
Oh, really? Yeah, let me see. Here, well, it's investing.com, whatever that is. What the proposed Mar-a-Lago Accord could mean for investors. While not officially endorsed, the framework outlines measures designed to preserve the U.S. dollar's global intentionally weakening its value, which is what we need. UBS strategists know that these measures aim to lower so the idea is to create new bonds, a 100-year bond. It's like the $1 trillion coin, only upside down. And so everybody gets a new bond for your old bond. You get a 100-year bond. And I guess it has a lower yield. I guess. I don't know how any of this works. I don't understand any of this stuff. Did you guys talk about it at all?
Not the 100-year bond, no. We talk about actually the $1 trillion coin doesn't come up either.
Well, no, that's the stable coin. That's on deck. I think that's going to be part of the Mar-a-Lago Accord. To finalize, though, I got a great list of 23 subtle but alarming recession indicators. Now, which is the Dvorak Law. Maybe you'd like to reiterate it.
The one about hookers?
Yeah, that one. That's the one.
And in a recession, the hookers are
expensive hairdos, and they start dyeing their hair at home. But here are 23 more, which I think is worth mentioning. $5 blackjack tables at the Aria instead of the typical 25. Plumbers.
$1 blackjack tables everywhere.
No, this is the Aria.
But the Aria, okay, the Aria is a very special casino in Vegas.
Plumbers showing up on time. I like that.
I've never had an issue with plumbers showing up on time.
Well, Berkeley is never going to be in a recession. Italian sandwich shops in prime locations struggling. Companies moving overseas. I don't think that's right. Real estate ghost towns. Have we seen that yet? I don't think so. I like number 7. A lack of Botox.
A
So, hold on. So, my friend Wesley, I met him through BFF.
Okay.
He just sent me a really random, like, text message. He's like, I think I'm gonna get a Canon T7 camera. I don't have any experience with photography, but I've always wanted to learn. And I feel like I could do better justice than with my extreme amateur drawings. And my ADHD commands I keep doing new things. I was like, I have a T6 and I want to upgrade and get a mirrorless full camera. I was like, these are not on my pictures, just on my shared, and I shared on my Instagram, my photography Instagram. He's like, I'm hunting for an online photo class. I mostly want to do the photography version of what I'd like to draw.
Okay.
And I was like, actually, can I recommend something? He's like, sure. I was like, get a camera and go out and take a few pictures. I was like, hell, we can meet up and do a photography hangout. My partner would come with me and we could go out and take pictures, and we actually talk about stuff photography wise before you actually take a class. Instead of it being where it's like, oh, hey, I'm going to take a class and not understand shit. Right? But what do you think about that?
That sounds fun.
He lives over there by Fair Park, which is down the street from my house.
Okay.
And I'm like, hell, we can meet downtown, or we can meet somewhere. Just like, let's go. But he's also like a super open guy.
Yeah, look at that.
I know.
So
I see it.
For its size, because you can tell it's all fiberglass construction.
Got it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a very, very open person, like no filter whatsoever. And so he saw my tattoos and he saw my gauges and like started talking about body modifications. And he told me that he has a PA.
Prince Albert?
Yeah.
That's where your urethra on the tip of your dick is pierced?
Yeah. And I was like, oh shit. Like, damn, what made you get it? He's like, oh, I've always wanted it. And I was like, oh shit, okay, I've always wanted mine. But I'm hooded. So I'm like, I don't think it would look good aesthetic wise. And he's like, got it. He's like, well then just go do it. And I was like, no. Like, I've already thought about it. Like, no, I'm not gonna go do it.
I'm gonna get the deal where they split your dick down the middle.
I have seen it.
I know.
It's so weird.
And then when you get hard, it goes like, whoa.
Yeah.
And then how are you gonna do anything with that?
Yeah, that's weird.
Like
I've also seen
your dick.
I've also seen when guys like gouge out like the bottom, like so it gouges out the urethra on the bottom.
So when you pee, it just
on the bottom.
Out of the base.
Yeah, it's so weird.
People do that shit.
But I'm big into body modifications and stuff. Yeah. And so we were talking about it, and I'm just like, oh shit, cool. But he's also a Disney nerd.
What nerd?
Disney.
Okay.
So me.
Okay.
He's also into Harry Potter. Cock. But he seems pretty cool.
Okay.
And so I've enjoyed his and my conversation for a while. And then there's also Andrew, he's the one that has the 2 different gauges on his ear.
Yeah.
But those are the only 2 friends. Oh, and then there's Taylor. Taylor does graphic design also. And so we've been like talking here and there. But he's been like pretty cool. But he lives in North Richland Hills.
Yeah.
So Andrew lives in Hearst. Wesley lives by Fair Park. And then Taylor lives in North Richland Hills. But on Wednesday, before I went home from work, I was like, damn, I'm fucking starving. He's like, coming over, I'm making fajitas. And I was like, don't say that, because I will detour you for fajitas. Like, don't do that. But it's like 30 minutes away from work. But he seems also pretty cool. He's like everybody's partnered. And so it's very like platonic, like, oh hey, like we actually want to make friends. We're not trying to sleep with one another.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I miss this. I miss having friends.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like I definitely want to hang out with all 3. Andrew and we probably would hang out at a coffee shop and then go out to dinner. He's very big on dim sum. And I was like, oh shit, like Addison. He's like, yeah, I just went to dim sum in Addison. I was like, nice. Taylor, him and his partner like to host, so we may just have to go to their house one day.
Yeah.
I was like, before you invite us to your house, I have to go like meet you at a coffee shop or something, because if the vibes aren't there, obviously, you know. Yeah. But just thoughts coming. I'm like, conversations that we haven't had since I've been on BFF.
Yeah.
I'm like excited. I'm excited to expand our circle, especially for like photography.
No, that's cool.
I'm like, let's do it. Okay, thanks. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
That's the exit strategy, man.
You must be really.
No, and she actually treated. She never even really took her clothes off. Thank you for your courtesy in the morning to you, the man who put the C in John C. Dvorak's Economic Woes Indicators. Say hello to my friend on the other end, the one, the only Mr. John C. Dvorak. In the morning, you trolls, I say, couch for a second, okay?
Oh, son of a bitch. This podcast app doesn't support chapters.
Oh. Fuck. I got it. Do you have to log into Podverse?
No. You remove it and reinstall it?
Yes. Your co-pilot got it.
Thank you.
It's so hard to see this fucking...
Put my glasses on. My sunglasses on, it's hard to see.
Yeah, mine too. But also, the way that I'm like looking. Oh, motherfucker, what? Podverse just sucks. On iPad.
It used to work.
I know.
Is there another way to remove it and delete all?
Yeah, but I would have to actually undock the iPad, and I'm not trying to do that right now.
Go for it. You can do it.
Let me put my glasses back.
This fucking semi up here has a tire disintegrating, throwing shit all over the road.
Oh, is that the smell?
He's got a flat. One of those tires. What? Try doing it in vertical mode. I think it might be his crashing because it's...
Oh, maybe. But no, but I was crying. Oh, yeah?
Does it work now?
Yeah. Fucking, I hate this fucking app.
New bug. It used to work. And then see if it crashes when you flip it. Whatever, it's just... What?
Fucking Jesse.
What?
He's like, I got nothing to do for work, so I made a playlist for you guys. It started as songs for each state you'll drive. Just music from artists from Kentucky.
Okay.
Bill Monroe, Father Prine, influential songwriter, Kentucky Headhunters, Sturgill Simpson, Tyler Childers or Chris Stapleton, Ashland, Loretta Lynn, Jack Harlow. He made it in Apple Music, so. My brain.
No Agenda Classic, which is that one. You just need the regular No Agenda, not that one. too fast.
It's like Keith Whitley, Ashland, Kentucky, 1954. Good listen. He's like, good call, died too soon. That's what Jesse said.
Is it good call what?
Good call, died too soon.
Oh.
And I'm thinking we might actually have some clips of the scream. I actually had the clip of the scream. You can look it up. I didn't put it on here because it was pretty lame. But just people screaming. It just wasn't anything wrong with it. Screaming just played. But it's unbelievable how stupid this TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, what? We have the science to back it up from JAMA.
I don't know what's going on. What is it called when you do your post edits for photography?
Post processing, developing. If you can develop it in Lightroom, develop your RAWs.
It's sad that people get so worked up. And again, it's still COVID.
Because I told he was like, he's like, I will take you up on your offer.
Okay.
And then I was like, he's also like very big on like learning stuff. And so he's like, I might just do a class just so I can actually like see it. Like, because he's like, I just did one just to look at it. And he's like, I don't know what the fuck aperture is. And I was like, I get that. And I was like,
how big the hole is in your lens. Smaller aperture numbers, bigger hole.
Oh my god.
It's a
yes, but
it's a gaping, bigger gaping hole.
But it's basically how much light you actually allow inside the sensor. Yes, I know that now.
Well, there's two ways you control the amount of your shutter speed.
Yes, I know. But I know that now.
Yeah.
But I was like, all my photography learning or all my photography knowledge has been trial and error. So that's what I'm saying. Go take pictures. Just go out, go take pictures, right? Because you'll learn stuff. It's like, hey, focus on your shutter speed or focus on your aperture depending but also don't do manual unless you are actually looking for RAW and are trying to overlay so that way you can do an HDR. I know that, right? And so I was like, what I want to learn more is post-processing / developing for print pictures. So in case I want to print them, like I want to know like if there's anything that needs to be done when it comes to leveling up the brightness or just something else. Just because every picture that I have printed so far has been super dark. With my Canon, obviously it's going to be different if I do it different. Like if I send them out. Sorry, I'm just thinking about that.
COVID, I want to remind you that this.
No, he wants to do nude photography, where it's like nude model, like
717.
Yay!
It's got a little channel here for the wire when you close it.
This was amongst the thing where he watched Gorilla TV and all the bogus nonsense that the media fed us about Trump.
Does that
the Gorilla TV was all
data up down still show?
This is one that I forgot.
Green?
Yeah.
Honest about it, it was so stupid. This clip is the classic Scream at the Sky.
Oh, is it that time again? Here we go.
Tonight, the thousands of peoples in cities across the country will scream helplessly at the sky 1 year after the election of President Donald Trump. The events are being planned on Facebook in Dallas, Boston, New York, Miami, Philly, Austin, and Washington State. In the details section, it reads, quote, "Rage against the dying of the light mark the 1 year anniversary of the so-called election of the so-called president by joining the national primal scream. Hell at the sky, gnash your teeth, bang your drums," and it goes on from there. The Dallas event starts at 6 tonight on the Continental Avenue pedestrian bridge. That is the Facebook page at South Florence. It will be 48 degrees.
So it looks like, what's that route there? See it showing.
That's going through.
I remember this.
Up to
There
Mount
was, I
Vernon,
actually had the clip of the
and then after that going through Louisville to Kentucky.
Wanted to take one of these other routes. We've got, until that spot to. Probably just go the fastest.
Yeah, I mean, just go the fastest. Because Mount Vernon is in. Sorry.
Back it up from JAMA. Social networks spread contagion. Mental illness. It makes nothing but sense to me.
Real sick.
No, it's sad. It's sad that people get so worked up. And again, it's still COVID trauma. None of this is going away.
This was pre-COVID.
No, but Trump derangement is you can trigger anything with anybody.
This was pre-COVID. This screaming at the sky was pre-COVID. Trump watching Gorilla TV was pre-COVID.
Yes, you're right. I'm just saying that still isn't. Never mind. You get
no, I understand what you're saying. COVID has created another level.
Well, you can bring anything back.
It was pretty bad.
I want the screaming to come back. How do we do that?
We just
Mount Vernon is in Illinois.
This is a reminder. Maybe somebody out there will get this thing going again and start screaming.
So instead of crossing through Kentucky, instead of crossing through Tennessee, we would go through Illinois and then
they can do a scream
to Kentucky.
The screaming?
Yeah. I think we should promote that.
Where's St. Louis?
St. Louis is still to the left of it.
We should probably put that in the concierge though.
Like if you wanted to go to actually I think it was having you go to St. Louis. Yeah, it's like having you divert off of 55 instead of going to St. Louis, you'll be going to Mount Vernon, to Illinois. But if you take 55 all the way up, we can land in St. Louis.
So I went to the source to find out, what exactly is back. Can we get some details? And NPR had the most serious reporting, and boy, NPR.
And then after that, go 64 down to Louisville.
But they made a story out of it anyway. It's amazing.
So it's Frankfurt.
How, if at all, President Trump addresses the leadership at the Defense Department. In a moment, Democratic Senator Jack Reed calls for a wider investigation of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. First, we report on what the White House is doing.
One U.S. official tells NPR that the search is underway to replace Defense Secretary.
So they've got sources. This
Details
Jerky.
of impending airstrikes in Yemen again. NPR confirmed the second chat on the messaging app Signal, which included Hex's wife, his brother, and his personal lawyer. The first chat was with top officials and a journalist who was inadvertently included.
NPR's Quill Lawrence is here to tell us more. Quill, good morning. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Hey, good morning. So we'll note that you're recording this story with a colleague. I like what you do with that stuff. So now you've got me doing it. It's unavoidable.
Journalist who was inadvertently included.
NPR's Quill Lawrence is here to tell us more. Quill, good morning. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Hey, good morning. So we'll note that you're reporting this story with our colleague Tom Bowman. What are you guys hearing?
Yeah, U.S. official told us that the search has begun after this second. Sources say an official, unnamed, round of headlines about Hexeth. I should add that the White House has said our anonymous source doesn't know what they're talking about. But at a Rose Garden event yesterday,
What? That was poorly phrased. The anonymous source said they didn't know what they were talking about.
No, the White House says...
No, I know, but it's the way it was put together.
I see.
It was like the measles,
it's spreading. Yeah, disinformation is spreading. Yes, I got you.
search has begun after this second round of headlines about Hexeth. I should add that the White House has said our anonymous source doesn't know what they're talking about. But at a Rose Garden event yesterday, the president stood firmly by Hexeth, at least publicly.
Just make news and just bring up stories. I guess it's just told employees, he was there to get rid of a lot of bad people, and that's what he's doing.
Disgruntled employee.
So besides bringing back the scream circle, that's a good term for it, actually. Not the scream in, but a scream circle. I think we should bring that back.
I like scream circle.
Disgruntled.
That's a good show title.
I like it, yeah. Besides that, disgruntled employee. You know what disgruntled employees used to do? They used to go postal.
They used to go postal. What happened to those guys?
What happened to those days? Quill had phrased disgruntled employees. I think Hexeth used a similar phrase in his public remarks about this and referred to people who were fired in his office. What's he talking about?
Yeah, there were 4 senior advisors to Hexeth who left in just the past week. Former Defense Department spokesman John Elliott resigned last week and then published quite extraordinary opinion piece calling the past month at the Pentagon a quote full-blown meltdown and saying that this infighting is hurting President Trump. He served in Trump's first administration, appears to want to continue to serve. 3 other Pentagon advisors, Colin Carroll, Dan Caldwell, and Darren Sidnick, leaking information to the press. They then put out, as a trade, the 3 of them put out a joint statement on X saying that their dismissal was unconscionable and then told what they stand accused of leaking. All 3 of them serve in uniform. They say they understand the importance of information security. Caldwell and Sidnick, notably, are longtime associates of Hexeth. They worked with him over a decade, back to when he was at Concerned Veterans for America policy work.
So, disgruntled employees, their version of going postal is we had read an op-ed in the New York Times. This is the military-industrial complex trying to worm his Hexeth out. And he's the final one. NPR, they really have nothing. They have nothing.
So I'm trying to figure out what all of this adds up to. The White House does appear to be backing Hexeth, but he's been revealed. NPR has confirmed the original New York Times report that there was a second chat group on Signal where he was sharing information about an impending attack.
So they don't even have a chat group? They don't have screenshots like the first time? It's just these disgruntled employees who said that in the New York Times? Is that what I'm led to believe here, John?
I think that's what you're led to believe.
Yeah, I mean, with the first chat group, it was against Pentagon policy to use Signal for that. There were a lot of security issues with it, discussing details of attacks hours before.
What's that?
It's news that it is Pentagon
paste that over into there. There's always cut, copy, and paste. I mean, those are the three functions. There's cut, there's copy, and there's paste.
But you could cut and paste.
But you cut and paste, or copy and paste,
and then delete
but
the
it's
other.
not cut, copy, and paste. In her mind, it's like, you know, you cut it, you copy it, and then you paste it. It's like 3 steps. Cut, copy, and paste. I was like, no, it's just copy and paste.
Or cut and paste.
Right. Cut, copy, and paste.
That's also stupid because I have people at work. They're like, I'm like doing Excel shit, and they'll go behind me, and they're like, "Damn, you're so quick with your fingers." You know, no fucking computer, bitch.
No, they don't.
I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, do you not know basic functions like keyboard shortcuts?
No, they don't.
And they're like, no. And I'm like, oh my god, how have you lived?
But like, she said it so consistently every fucking time that I was like, I better not say anything. I might destroy her whole economy, you know. I didn't have, because she's really nice. I didn't have a heart to literally bug the shit out of me every time I heard it.
You're like, that's about all I'm not willing to take right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that to you now.
What else we're gonna do?
Cut, copy, paste.
Yeah, do it. No, I will.
Yo, what?
Cry.
Okay.
Nothing all over. We're doing great. These poor people. Impeach them. So the guy, so his wife...
Because you know, I was ready to kick your ass yesterday.
Why is it his wife? He sleeps with the woman.
Why?
Yeah, his lawyer. He sleeps.
When you cussed at me?
Oh, yeah.
I was like, who the fuck does that motherfucker think he is?
Well, because he's going at you.
I don't want to hear that shit, David.
I'm glad it's today and not last night.
Huh?
I'm glad it is today.
Oh, that I went to get grass?
No, I'm glad that we're not back at last night. Okay, good. I'm probably on the way. You know, I wouldn't want to be.
Oh, yeah.
Time to get back to the last night and have to do all this.
Yeah. I get it. I was also like very frustrated. That's all, like the whole packing and just everything else. I was like, oh my god, like just stop.
Well, and the fact that I'm like, oh, we're going camping, you're like, yeah, I don't know what day we're going. I can't plan an itinerary right now, but I know we're going to go camping one night. I know for sure. Like, we're going to make that happen somehow. Like, what's the itinerary? I don't know. Don't know. When we get there, we'll talk to my dad. We'll kind of figure out, like, well, what about, you know, this thing? Okay, sounds good. Okay. Do it. Yeah. There's just too many, you know, what day is good for Sherry for us to come visit? I don't know. So I can't plan, you know, a whole trip. But once we get there, my dad will help us figure out, like, oh, well, we should do this and this day because X, Y, and Z, and like, okay.
I just know that we have to drive back Friday night.
Yeah.
Or like early Friday or Friday night.
Yeah.
Because now that Jeff is actually taking care of the cats, oh, we have to, we have to go to the reception dinner.
Yeah, we'll make it. I mean, even if we ended up leaving ass early on Saturday, we could still get, you know, if we left, if it's a 13-hour drive.
Oh, like leave at 1 in the morning, Saturday.
Like, even think about it, even if it was 5 in the morning, would get us there at 6. We don't want to do that. But yeah, if we left 1 in the morning or something.
But that's also like without any stops. That's also with. Yeah.
I mean, probably we'll be leaving Friday.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I was like asking about last night. I'm like, well, because I'm obviously the planner between us, and I'm like, I don't want to go in this blindly because I at least want to have like a rough update thing.
Yeah.
Because the way that your brain works, you're like, I'm gonna fucking wing it. Let's go. Get in the car, let's go. And I'm like, wait, what?
If I could plan it down to everything, because I know all the details.
Yeah.
Great. But there's too many unknowns that we can't really plan around. It'll be fun.
Are we still in Texas?
Yeah.
Yes. After we get out of Texas, it's smooth sailing.
Where is Texarkana?
Right there.
Last stop before leaving Texas.
Yeah.
He might, but they may say this is beyond me. Now, my understanding, and I tried to figure out what was going on here. I thought it was like because of his LGBTQ thing, but then I saw some analyst on one of the channels going on. She said that this is all because Hegseth was
21 miles.
one of the influencers telling Trump not to bomb Iran or listen to the Israelis at all, and to get into negotiations instead of going to war. Another war in the Middle East is a bad idea. Hegseth was largely responsible, or at least one of the voices in that regard, and the Pentagon supposedly still filled with neocons, and they couldn't put up with this.
I believe that. The thing that I thought was really strange, I don't know if I'm about halfway through it, is that one of these guys shows up on Tucker the day later.
Right, that one of his old associates.
It's Caldwell.
Yeah, Caldwell.
What's up with that? That's strange.
Said that, or the fire, it was like, it was part of two things happened. One, there was a cabal, since he never had the lie detector test they were threatening everybody with. They just rousted three of who were also against being neocons.
That's actually pretty cool that you can do that.
So it would be the next day. I mean, I wouldn't take it. You could crank one out if you had it already.
If we were going to be published in the New York Times, we would.
Yeah, you would take a day or two and get some work done. But crap. Yeah. This I wanted to bomb Iran, and it's like, oh, this guy's screwing things up.
Yeah, he's not doing a good job. Hegseth is not good at this. He doesn't come across. And his whole defense is he wasn't confidential to start with, so it doesn't make any difference who I sent it to. That's his defense. But when Brian Kilmeade introduces you in the following manner, you've got to wonder what's really out there in the media space.
Well, that was President Trump doubling down on his support for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth 24 hours ago, denying a New York Times report about sharing sensitive information on another signal chat called Team Huddle. Here to set the record straight himself, former Secretary, the current Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth, former history hero, Fox and Friends.
Wow! How about that? Former, he's going to double down. He is the Secretary of Defense, but he says former Secretary of Defense. How does he come up with that? How does that happen?
That's a great catch.
Here to set the record straight himself, former Secretary, the current Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth, former host right here on Fox and Friends. Pete, great to see you, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary. I know you're never going to take my call again. You want to answer my text, Mr. Secretary?
So your thoughts on what's been reporting of Team Huddle and the signal chat that the New York Times says took place between you, your wife, and your brother, and some others.
So now Hegseth I just clipped a little bit of it. He's waving his hands, he's smirking, he's sticking his tongue out. This is not good, Pete.
So, Brian, if you remember when this all started, the first go-around, because this is the second go-around, right? They peddle old stuff, they kick it back up. I said repeatedly, no one's texting war plans. You know why I said that? Because I'm in the bowels of the Pentagon every single day. Just 10 minutes ago, I was looking at actual war plans of things that were ongoing or pending things.
What? Brian, ask him, what war plans what's going on?
Because that's on the regular basis.
First thing I jump on.
Yeah, like what?
And he sounds cool.
That's on a regular basis on classified systems. That's my job. For the war.
Did he say war pending?
Or things.
So Brian, if you remember when this all started, the first go around, because this is the second go around, right? Back up. I said repeatedly, no one's texting war plans. You know why I said that? Because I'm in the Pentagon every single day. Just 10 minutes ago, I was looking at actual war plans of things that were ongoing or pending things to happen. Because that's on a regular basis on classified systems. That's my job. In the United States, I look at war plans every single day. What was shared over Signal, then however you characterize it, was informal, unclassified coordinations for media coordination and other things. That's what I've said from the beginning. At the beginning, it was left-wing reporters from the wanted to create a problem for the president. This is what it's all about. Trying to get at President Trump and his agenda.
Protecting the president. Don't you see what I'm doing? I'm protecting President Donald J. Trump. By the way, it's just pending. It's pending.
Looking at what war plans is the first thing I say. Now, Heck said it was one of the reasons he was picked because of his military service and the fact that he is media savvy. But to watch him go hysterical like this is not media savvy.
No.
he has to slow down.
So we left at 1?
And be calm and be a little more less hysterical.
3 hours.
He's like an old lady.
Yeah. Doesn't feel like 3 hours.
Said the disgruntled podcasters. That's what we are.
Actually, I can tell you what time exactly.
Go to my YouTube stream.
We left at 12:48. So it's been a little bit over 2 hours. I mean, 3 hours.
Less coffee.
It's not a good look.
Yeah, I sent my friend the string.
Have you heard about the baby bonuses?
Yeah, but this is an interesting situation, the baby bonuses, because all of a sudden now the left is saying this is a terrible idea, and they're maybe have the clips from that. No. They condemned him.
Well, of course.
The Trump administration is considering ways to encourage more women to get married and have children, including a $5,000 baby bonus.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
The money would be offered to every American mother after she gives birth, an incentive aimed at increasing the country's historically low birth rate.
Do you think they come in with those big checks? Good job, Mom! With those publishing clearinghouse giant checks, confetti.
Which has declined since 2007. That year, approximately 4.3 million babies were born, compared to 3.6 million last year. Since taking office, the administration has made an effort to promote families.
So let me say it very simply. I want more babies in the United States of America.
Simone Collins is a pronatalist pushing for ways to make it easier for people to have kids.
As much as I personally love the idea of getting $5,000 for another kid, it's not going to move the needle, and it's certainly not going to be enough for parents to decide that they can have that next kid or their first kid.
So now the problem is not enough. Trump's not doing enough.
I've been needing to pee for the past
This is our next stop, 4:28 p.m.
And it's 4:11. I've been needing to pee for the past 30 minutes.
That was great.
Instead, she says there are simpler and cheaper ways the government can ease the burden on parents, such as loosening regulations on daycare programs and car seats. Collins and her husband have submitted several draft executive orders to the White House.
Loosening regulations on car seats.
Yeah, you want the ones that kill the baby.
How is that better than $5,000 cash money?
Sounds to me like there's a lobby going on. The baby car seat lobby is getting in on the action here.
The government can ease the burden on parents, such as loosening regulations on daycare programs and car seats. Collins and her husband have submitted several draft executive orders to the White House, including one that would give a National Medal of Motherhood to women with 6 or more children.
We don't want to shame or coerce.
What?
If she can walk.
To women with 6 or more children.
We don't want to shame or coerce anyone into having children. It's really a movement about making it easier for people who really like having kids to have the number of kids they want.
I have a a lot of producers who have 8 or 9 kids. God bless them. Yeah, I know, we do. And you know what? You know what they never complain about? You never hear them complain about money. It's like, we can make it work. Look at Laura Ingalls.
The hand-me-down thing works fine, too.
Yes. Yeah, hand-me-down, and you can start a publishing company to make all the kids work. I'm sorry, that's you.
Put the kids to work.
Start a home business. Have them all working on the assembly line. It's the American way. You got a farm, you got kids, you need kids to work on the farm. I'm all for it. I encourage it. I will come and give you a baby bonus. A big medal. Wish I know what General Medals for that. So many ideas. In general, of course, I know we have the clips and they're going to come up, but this was a racist idea because of what they really say is want more white babies. They'll come back again. They'll start saying it. They're only talking about white babies, and they want women to be baby factories. We're in the Handmaid's Tale. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. You can bet on it. It's coming. Good idea. No, that's what immigration was about. That was the Democrat Party idea was, hey, we're not having babies. Open the gates. Bring them on in. They're cheap. Whereas the cheapest labor is your own kids. $5 a week. And I'm serious. I'm not being flippant. It's great for kids to be doing stuff around the house. If you have a family, start a side hustle. Have them packing up products. That is truly the American way. I'm not being flippant, man. That's true.
I thought I was going to finish it today. Like during the drive?
Yeah.
I'm going to touch 10 out of 51. I don't think I'm going to finish it during this drive. I just started it today too.
Okay.
So I was like, oh, yeah.
Sure. So the U.S. food supply is...
Is that the British lady? Sure.
Sure. So the U.S. food supply is generally considered safe, but foodborne illness is still very common. There is the equivalent, essentially, of 1 in 6 Americans getting sick from foodborne illness every year. That's about 48 million cases annually.
Oh my God! And by the way, yeah, I know she's got vocal fry. She has an accent. That means everybody, every 6 years, everybody's gotten food poisoning. Everybody. No.
And as you mentioned, there are...
Yeah, that's the stat. 1 in 6 per year. So then it means every 6 years, everybody will have food poisoning. I mean, this is basically statistics.
Okay. Thank you for that lesson.
There is the equivalent, essentially, of 1 in 6 Americans getting sick from food. And there are a fraction of those cases that end up with people not to use genetic analysis, whole genome sequencing, to be able to trace back outbreaks to specific sources. Salmonella and E. coli have not improved in the ways that folks were hoping.
Wow, this is very uplifting. And you have a second one, which makes it even more fun.
Well, I'm just saying, the food supply in this country is no good.
Oh, I don't know about that.
1 in 6 people. There's a new video that's flown around. I saw it today. It's a really fat chick, a big fat chick. And her thing is to
she has big bones. Oh, no, this is, Tina finds this like 400-pound women and then showing what they eat, and it's mesmerizing.
It is mesmerizing because most of the stuff's coming out of packages. They're always tearing open little packages.
When we stop here, you want to plug in the factory meals, and then they'll be ready in like an hour, but we'll eat it.
Can I put both of them together?
I brought 2 ovens.
Oh!
Yeah.
You thought, look at you.
Yeah. One will plug into the AC, and they'll turn on the inverter, and the other one's 12 volt. We'll have to unplug probably a dash cam or something, and then plug it in.
You thought of everything.
Bags and things with barcodes, all of it. Bags of who knows what. And they're just gobbling it all down. Now that kind of holds up with another one I saw, an interesting video. Some black
Contaminated lettuce back to one farm and one food processor that purchased the lettuce from that grower, but the agency didn't disclose who either of those companies were. The FDA said that they were prohibited by federal law from disclosing that information, and that essentially there wasn't any contaminated lettuce left to buy on the market, so consumption. But the Trump administration has also laid off thousands of workers from the FDA, including almost the entire staff responsible for communicating these outbreaks.
Oh, there it is. You got food poisoning? Blame Trump. It's Trump's fault.
Things different under Trump now for the FDA and for food safety.
Oh, yeah.
So these are really significant cuts that have been made to staff working on all sorts of aspects of food safety, communicating about outbreaks of food. They shuttered an entire food safety testing lab in California, and there were also almost the entire staff that worked on the safety of imported food. So there are significant concerns about what that will mean for these programs and the impact on public safety and public health. The Trump administration has said that these are cuts that are essentially getting rid of administrative staff, that this is waste in federal spending, and that public health won't be affected and communications about outbreaks won't be affected. But these are changes we have not seen the likes of in any recent history.
We have an epidemic of vocal fries. What station was this? What broadcast?
It's one of the local PBS stations.
Wow.
Probably WAMU, maybe.
She's probably somebody's wife. Yeah, honey, you can do it. You've got a great voice for podcast. You got a great voice for podcast. Of tariff things, I think.
You're giving me crap for up.
Actually, let me ask. Do you care for put it on that?
No, but not very safe if there's ever an accident. But you can do it.
Not much happier than terrorism, but this I'm glad that this report was put together.
The airbag go off in an accident.
Ah, my foot. Yeah. I'll leave it right here. I just want to be comfortable, whatever.
It was a good report because I've seen these videos. There was a whole slew of them for a moment there, probably about 2 weeks ago when the tariffs just started, and it's something we've discussed over the years many times. Of course, our thoughts are completely wrong, but let's discuss after we talk about the U.S.-China trade war as it took to TikTok.
The ongoing trade war between the US and China is now all over TikTok, and European fashion houses have found themselves sandwiched somewhere in the middle. A bag from a high-end European fashion house such as Hermes, Louis Vuitton or Prada can cost hundreds of thousands of euros.
Oh, I have 6 hours left on this book.
Individuals claiming to be Chinese manufacturers say they are the ones who are making these goods. Speaking in English and referring to prices in dollars, they appear to be targeting American consumers known for buying these goods.
For the past more than 50 years, we have been OEM factory for most of the luxury brands around the world. Gucci, Prada, Coach, Louis Vuitton, you name it, real OEM factory for those luxury brands. We are the same group of people. 13,000 USD. And do you know how much it costs from us? If you buy from us, only less than 1/10 of this price.
On their website, Hermes lists locations where it produces and manufactures but does not mention China. The same goes for Louis Vuitton. Meanwhile, the EU stipulates that for goods to be labelled made in Europe, their last substantial transformation must occur in the country of production. Investigative journalist René Leclerc told Verify that the majority of these TikTok videos in fact display counterfeit products. Leclerc added that these are against US tariffs. Despite this, the luxury goods industry is shrouded with secrecy and protects the finer details of its...
This is not true. That all of these products are made in these countries.
Listen to what they were talking about. I thought I'd mention it. So, because of the tariffs, you know, the Chinese manufacturers are doing their own kind of PR campaign on TikTok saying like, hi, we're the factory that makes all these luxury brand products that you know about, like Prada and blah, 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 blah. We make it here, and you know, they sell it for thousands of dollars, and you know, it only costs like $5 and blah blah blah. Right? Like, take a look at this Hermes bag, the Birkin bag.
Welcome to Arkansas.
We're now left Texas.
Woo! Sorry.
But the Hermes bag in particular, they're like, look,
it's
blah,
a
blah, blah, blah,
bag.
right? $13,000 bag. But,
depending which one. Yes.
But they're like, yeah, you know, we make it in our factory, blah, 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 blah.
For like $100.
Right. But I watched another video that was like, maybe on some of these other brands that could be true, who knows? But like for the Hermes bag, that is absolutely not true.
Yeah.
Because they're literally hand stitched in a way that machines cannot automate.
Yeah.
It cannot be machine stitched. It has to be hand stitched. The stitch, you could look at the stitching pattern and see like that had to be done by hand. It's the only way it can be done.
Yeah.
And
it's a leather knot. It's so intricate. Like, that's how you can actually tell if it's real or fake.
Yeah.
But yes.
And so like these counterfeit ones in China that they're running through sewing machines, it's not real.
Yeah.
You know. And that's how it, like, at first it's like, oh, that's funny, you know, the manufacturers are sticking it to the greedy corporations, you know, that mark everything up. But it's like, that's, I can see how it's a popular story that would catch on, but the reality is it's Chinese government trying to do a information warfare, you know, again. China being communist dictatorship, they're able to say, once you start doing this on TikTok and blah 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 blah, and they're like, okay, we'll do it, you know. So they
most significant manufacturer. Well, I'd say putting the gold lame clasp on it that says Prada or Gucci or whatever is probably how they get around that. I think you and I are both of the opinion that this is absolutely Chinese crap. It's not even it's good stuff.
I've been to China enough. I probably have more Armani stuff that I picked up in various stores.
Armani, but okay.
No, it's Armani. It's got the real label on there. It's Dynamite, and it's actually a good product.
You wear Crocs. I've never seen you in anything Armani.
I have never worn that $1,000 deal is like, $50, $20, 10.
And where did COVID start? Right there where all the Chinese come in with all these bags under their arm into Italy. And they slap the label on. They brought...
Actually, that's true.
Yeah, of course it's true.
I remember because it's a part of Italy where there's all these Chinese.
Yeah, the Chinese. And they're always coming over, going back and forth. What's that in your bag? Oh, nothing. Just a couple $1 million worth of Hermes bags. And we discussed this always in the context of Canal Street in New York. I don't know if that still exists. I think
it's still nice what it used to be when I was a kid. And then I used to go buy. I bought pony watches. I have somewhat of a collection. Yeah, but there's some killers that just wouldn't know the difference. They got the sweep secondhand. I mean, the cheapest.
But that to me is a little different. A handsome, beautiful Swiss timepiece that you can own. You just pass it on to the next generation.
So one of my favorite things is a story. I think it was Associate Publisher of this magazine. She knew I was always good at picking stuff up at Canal Street. And gave me a Rolex. A nice Rolex. I said, "What do you want? Do you want some diamonds all around? Hey, give me she gave me a description. So I went and bought her a lady's Rolex. Beautiful. Had a sweep second. It was the more expensive ones that had the sweep second hand. So it really looked legit. It's got all the stampings on everything.
But that is clearly counterfeit.
Let me finish the story. So I give her the Rolex. So holy crap, this is like a real Rolex. I said, yeah, very much so. She puts it on, and about a week later, she comes up to me. She says, here's the Rolex back. I said, what, you didn't like it? She said, no, it was great. He said, I knew it wasn't real, and I didn't feel comfortable wearing it. And it was just
Hold on. You want to give me a Rolex?
No.
Would you give me a Rolex if you had all the money in the world?
Here to look at Omega.
I mean, yeah. I think Omegas are pretty good than Rolex anyways.
Yeah.
My boss, so my boss in Mesquite, he had a really pretty red dot. He took to a party one day, and I'm ready. And he jumped in the pool, but before he jumped in, accidentally hit my knee.
Continuous recording will now start.
Why would do that to you?
What?
This fireman, Gary. Let's see if I could do it.
Sure you can.
Months I did not expect. That's the story.
Bluetooth audio setup. Push the talk switch and say pair audio.
Select audio player.
Switch.
David's iPhone. David's iPhone. Confirm. Confirm.
Please choose a connection.
From audio player.
From audio, push the talk switch and
Confirm.
please use the audio player to connect it to the Bluetooth audio system. Searching.
David's iPhone.
Selected. Setup.
Cancel.
Cancelled.
Is that people that you can tell them it's the same, say it's the same exact product, the Louis Vuitton bag, they would rather, you know, pay the $1,500 instead of $15 because, you know, it makes them feel more comfortable. The whole thing is they've been washed.
So I look at it a little differently, and my hope is, I know, Don Quixote, I know. My hope is that American consumers, which is what we are, we're all just consumers for the rest of the world, that we look at that and go, huh, that's kind of dumb, what I'm doing.
Well, yeah. It's kind of dumb what you're doing. You mean by buying bags at all?
By buying not non-value for value products, just based on status.
Yeah.
I mean, it's dumb.
Did they talk to you when we were in Texas?
Yeah.
Buy a good, solid American product that's made well. It looks good. I know. We have to come up with those products.
I hate that term.
Eventually, we have the pearl. Speaking of Rolexes and expensive watches, television tip for you. I don't think you can watch it. You don't have Apple TV Plus, do you?
What is it that I should be watching?
Starring John Hamm.
Is it a good show?
Very good show. Starts stealing from his friends' slackers. Just John Hamm is very good.
He starts stealing?
Yeah, like a cat burglar? Well, he just, like a cat burglar starts stealing, $300,000 watches. I won't miss it anyway.
That might be really interesting.
Yeah, you have to get Apple TV Plus. I'm thinking that's not something you would get. It doesn't feel like a Dvorak channel.
Apple TV Plus thing will not happen. I've already got subscriptions to Hulu, whatever it is, the top level of Hulu.
Disney Plus, Disney Plus, Crunchyroll.
I don't need Disney Plus. I forget Disney Plus. Hulu, Netflix, and Amazon, that's all you need. How much more entertainment feeds do you
don't? You don't. I'm in total agreement with you. You don't need it at all. We need to come up with some good American products. It's clunky and ugly, but it's American and priced right.
We can't do that anymore. I think this is
the direct strip.
Here's something right up your alley now.
Imagine this. Maybe you should watch movies before you vote on them. Oscar voters will no longer be able to skip watching some of the nominated movies.
Whether they were able to before, it is just one of the new updated rules announced by the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts, and Sciences.
Members will now be required to watch all nominated films in each category in order to be eligible to vote in the final round of the Oscar. required to watch all nominated films in each category in order to be eligible to vote in the final round of Oscar voting.
Now it's even Steven. The Academy also updated its rules to clarify the use of artificial intelligence in movies. It says the technology will not disqualify a film from being able to nab an Oscar nomination.
Buried the lead on that one, too. Where's the outrage? Scaremonger has a shot. In the ultra-short movie category of 30 seconds or less, only published ever on X, Francisco Scaramanga. I thought it was...
You want to see... Well, you can look on your phone first. See if there's anything in around Memphis. One, see how long it's going to be before we hit Memphis from here.
3.5 hours.
So that'd be like 8 o'clock. We'll roll into Memphis. Anything worth stopping and staying the night in Memphis or Nashville? Because I don't think I really want to be driving till 3 a.m. if we're going to go straight through, you know?
From what I remember when I first looked, there was literally nothing in Memphis.
Well, broaden your horizon. Use your imagination. Bass Pro Shop Pyramid. We'd get there at 11, basically check into a hotel, go to sleep, and then we could check out Nashville in the morning for a little bit, and then continue to drive.
Well, it depends, right? Like right now it's 4 o'clock. Are you feeling tired yet?
Not really.
So we could play it right here. in Memphis, there's nothing really that I would like to see except for like the bridges and the architecture. In Nashville, there's a few parks that I'm really like, oh, that'd be pretty nice to look at.
Park?
Yeah.
Well, if we leave Memphis early, we would have time to stop in Nashville.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Drive for 3 hours. If we stop in Memphis at a decent time, we could just grab something to eat. What do you say?
Oh my god.
Fun fact about Arkansas, what?
Arkansas fun facts. It is illegal to keep an alligator in your bathtub. Illegal to walk your cow down Main Street in Little Rock after 1 p.m. on Sundays. It is illegal to intentionally mispronounce Arkansas. Cheese dip was invented in Arkansas. Diamonds were discovered there, and you could dig for them at Crater of Diamond State Park, home of Walmart, and then half of the state is forest. So fun facts while we're driving through Arkansas.
Yeah, that's my brother. Say, I'm gonna intentionally pronounce it Arkansas now.
For real? But I'm gonna say this.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I'm here with you. So if you say, hey, we're staying in Memphis, okay, we're staying in Memphis.
What would you rather? What would you do if it's up to you?
At this point, we're winging the drive.
Oh yeah.
So I'm like,
I'm kind of playing it by ear, but also I'm kind of leaning towards. Since we got such a late start, and like if we roll past Memphis and we say fuck it, we'll keep going,
then we can stop at Nashville.
Well, if we stop in Nashville at 11 o'clock, it's not guaranteed we're going to find any place to get a hotel.
That's true.
And by the time we're in Nashville, how much farther from Nashville to
Frankfurt?
It'd be another 4 hours. We're getting in Nashville at 11, and it's 3 a.m. to Frankfurt. It'd be four more hours from Nashville to Frankfurt.
3 hours.
Yeah. So it's like if I hit, it's like if we pass Memphis, keep going to. By the time we hit Nashville, they'd be like, "Come on, it's just another 4 more hours. Just keep going," you know. So if I'm gonna stop, stay the night, Memphis is the last spot that makes any sense to me.
After what state does it cross that will be in a different time zone?
Eastern Kentucky is still in this time zone, so it's in Kentucky somewhere. We'll cross from Central to Eastern time.
Frankfurt is an hour ahead.
Yeah. So we'll say they're in Eastern time. Plug in any address in Memphis or put in the La Quinta if you want. you say add as next stop.
Yeah. Just so you can keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a La Quinta Inn with breakfast included for $95.
That's not bad.
revealed that they're finalizing Chinese Trans-Asian affairs. In 2023, Sun was fired from his...
You want me to get the room?
Sure. What part of town is it? Does it look like is it on the west or east side of the city? Does it look like north, south, east, west kind of area?
West. West past the...
Right past the river?
No, west... No. West after the airport.
Okay.
Why?
Make sure it's not on the shitty part of town where I stayed when I came in.
Oh.
So, yeah, that's fine. Look at it on Street View.
It's asking for ETA. Should I put 8 to 9 or 9 to 10?
9 to 10. Because right now it's 8:50 is what it's saying.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and do that.
Hotel room in the Pyramid, but it's probably expensive as fuck.
You want me to look at it?
No, I already know it's going to be more than $95. It's not going to be worth it.
Former top aide to New York Governor Kathy Hochul today on on for years. In return, Sun and her husband were alleged to give them business opportunities in China and luxury gifts. The FBI says the pair used that money to buy a $4 million home on Long Island and a $12 million condo in Hawaii. Governor Hochul's office says Sun was fired last year after evidence of misconduct was discovered. Yeah, so he just covered up.
You're just standing right there.
Yeah, well, Hochul is the queen, man. You can't.
You're just standing right there.
Yeah, well, Hochul is the queen, man. You can't tell her. She's like the Red Queen. You can't go messing with her. Before you know it, you get Eric Adams. Yeah.
You can fuck me in the...
No, but we have a shower and...
Yeah, no, relax. Just yours.
Yeah.
This is before
What is wrong with him? He can't
I'm thinking like
at the same time.
Memphis is known. It's gotta have some kind of nightlife scene. You know, like even if we just kind of cruise around and see, like, is there a venue with live music that kind of looks cool, or you know, places just kind of hang out and you have a big experience? You know?
Holman said with Adams' permission, immigration and customs agents were able to successfully collaborate with state and local law enforcement, leading to the indictment of 27 suspected members of Venezuelan gang, Trendy Aragua.
This is out of control. This resistance, by the Democrats. Now they want the Rikers, the guys that were in there, they can just go grab them, but no. Unbelievable, this part two.
Son of a bitch.
What?
Attorney General
The Coyote Ugly Saloon is there.
that 27 alleged members or affiliates of Trendy Aragua had been charged under the RICO statute, a law with widespread application that was historically used to break up the mob organization.
And dances on the bar top.
Yeah.
That's all I know about it.
To assist with gang and drug-related investigations. Council members in their lawsuit in exchange for dropping criminal charges against him.
Oh, man, they're still doing that. No,
But the original one is in New York.
The show?
Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
On the funny. All done. We should have done the
You did the faded tattoo. Faded tattoo is good.
okay. All right. This is your last chance.
This is it. Short.
This is all right.
In 2021, a company announced a new kind of temporary
Don't want to go to a bar,
tattoo,
though.
one designed to fade after 9 to 15 months.
I was actually trying to stay sober for the rest of the weekend.
Okay, let's say like a venue with live music or something.
Someone who knew that they did not want
We'll look when we get to Memphis.
Ispano says tattoos are
Both
cool.
weeks
She's
checking
just
the
a
hotel.
long-term commitment kind of girl. So a few years ago, she thought, what's the worst that can happen?
Little did I
See if
know
there's
that
a
23
area
years later,
worth walking around and take pictures
sitting
or
on a
something.
skateboard tattoo would still be on my upper arm.
Ouch. Emily Kager got her ephemeral tattoo in 2022. She's the proud owner of 2 dogs, Shaggy Golden Doodles, and she thought, why not get one in space with an astronaut, and let's even throw a few stars around them.
Actually didn't even see the final design until the day of, which at the time felt fine because I wasn't expecting it to stick around forever.
And yet, Kager's space dog
Should have brought my 6 plug.
almost 3 years later, she says
Having an additional bottom, David. You're like, no.
tattoos are not permitted. Well, not ever.
Well, I'm glad that our tax money is still going to NPR. That is really good. The faded tattoo story. Excellent, John. Excellent. If you were wondering what's going to happen next, we got tip of the day, we got end of show mixes, we got nights, we got Commodores, we got meetups, we got all kinds of stuff.
There's so much fun, but don't have to know it yet. Imagine all the people who could do this. Oh yeah, that'd be fun.
dogs.
Okay. They look nice.
They do look nice. Wesley is also a Lego nerd.
Okay.
Me and Wesley are basically the same person. He's just older than I am. Oh no, I lost my Kindle.
Yeah, I am. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Trying with Ian.
And so I couldn't freaking undo it.
Into 18s. And
Jobs and jobs. Let's
Important course.
That's fine.
Was Wesley.
Well, you just gave up. It's like, because you couldn't come up, you didn't want to pay the $20 to 11 labs to come up with new voices. You just gave up.
no, I got something in abeyance. I'm having an outsider do something.
Why did you give up for today? You have to have at least one, I assume.
I have nothing because I just completely dropped the ball.
Okay, well, I only have two.
Yeah! Bring up that best podcast.
Universe.
That was no good.
That sucks.
I think this is the one.
That's no good.
This is better than anything, than nothing.
The first one was better.
And not AI, boomer. You don't like that one?
No, I can't understand her.
It's the kid named Wave. Well, but then what are we gonna do?
We'll play the first one again.
I can cut it off. I can make it short and sweet.
I shared the candlelight.
Yeah.
It's a kid picture of us.
This is bad. What do you have this one? Well, that's a lot of tips.
Oh, sorry. Wait. You guys
I can't hear that one either.
Yeah! Bring up that best podcast. Universe. Yeah!
Well, we're gonna have to go with
If you take the second off,
Oh, we have to get gas in. No, not soon. But
Yeah, I was looking. I figure we'll probably have to pee before. We can make it like an hour and a half.
Getting these, this happens.
Do a pee break, gas break, and put the factor meals in.
yeah, that's what I was also thinking.
Then when we get to the hotel, we have food ready.
Yeah, that's what also I was thinking.
Really good quality products, and this one in particular is Grandma's Secret Spot Removal. This is a laundry spray that has no chlorine, no bleach, toxin-free, a stain remover for clothes.
Wesley sent me a picture of his night.
Blood, paint, and pit.
His night?
Yeah.
Night.
So as his like his weekend or his
Okay.
evening.
Yeah.
He just started doing the Lord of the Ring Lego set, like the $200 and something one, or the $300 one. And he sent me a picture with a glass of wine and then the Lego set. And I was like, nice, looks like you're having a great night.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, now I am. And then that's when he sent me a picture of him and his partner. And then I was like, well, I'm in the car. He's like, what are you doing in the car? And I was like, reading. He's like, you can read? He's like, I get seasick or car sick. And I was like, oh, yeah, no, I'm fine. I didn't realize that was a thing.
I used to get car sick when I was a kid. Even just not reading, but you know, you're a kid, you can't necessarily see out the window good, and just like just get car sick on long car rides. Grew out of it. But it's not fun.
Would you like a caffeine cup?
Sure.
One gum is one shot of espresso.
Goes for about $18 for 2 bottles.
60 milligrams of caffeine.
Kind of an anti-climax there.
Well, I don't know. I haven't used it. One of Mimi's tips.
You know, Bill O'Reilly, at least he uses the stuff.
This is like a Mimi tip. There's a couple of things in abeyance that I put aside because I haven't used them and people have recommended them.
Why don't we just...
But Mimi, I trust her. She knows what she's doing when it comes to cleaning.
Why don't we just get Mimi on the show for the tip of the day?
And this is one tip from Mimi. And I'll tell her that you hate her.
No, because I need the tax information. Don't tell her just yet. Wait until I get the K1. All right, everybody, there it is. John Cena Borak, tip of the day, tip of the day.net, and NoAgendaFund.com.
probability calculation for the ejection rate of similar solar systems is based on a quantity, which is not a bad starting. This results in a sober years ago, she wouldn't be sitting here now. Whether that was a shame, however, she didn't know. In addition, we know the speed at which our many neighboring stars are moving relative to our sun, and our sun to them. But only 1 in 600 is moving as fast as our visitor. Why is that special? She moved to the next slide, which was a little darker than the previous one, bathing the sea of faces in front of her in shadows, punctuated by random reflective lenses that reminded her of cat's eyes at night. It is special because we must expect that a celestial body ejected from its gravitational influence system will have roughly the same velocity as the star from which it escaped. Deviations from this are extremely unusual. This brings me to the end of this section on the visitor's dozen deviations from normal celestial bodies. Are there any questions thus far? As Jeffrey stated at the beginning, I like to take them section by section. That way you won't pile up too many questions. I'm sure you'll be writing books later. The audience laughed cautiously. The first hands went up and the helpers with the microphones fought their way through the rows of seats to them. An older man with grayish temples and chubby cheeks was the first. Thank you very much, Dr. Adams. My name is Matt Wall. I'm an engineer from Seattle and a big fan. Thanks. I guess I should have prepared a prize for the longest journey. Long smiled. At least she thought the glint below his nose was from a smile. It couldn't be seen that clearly from the stage, where she was blinded by the monitor in the floor on which she'd seen her slides displayed. I want to ask you again about the geometry of the object you described as extraterrestrial. NASA has not been clear on this to date, but Mr. Rothman once mentioned in an interview that it might well be slightly more elongated than the average asteroid. What do you say to that? Thank you for your question. Well, first of all, we have only 2 images available. With the image of our Japanese friends, there are 3, which is not very much. But if you take these 3 together, you get a pretty clear trend. The visitor is spinning, and its brightness varies by a factor of 8 in its angular momentum. This means that it is at least 8 times longer than it is wide. Maybe it's cone-shaped or a cylinder, but there are indications that we're dealing with a disk. Can you explain why exactly that is so unusual? The Seattle engineer asked. Because celestial bodies normally have a gravitational pull. However,
can these be our vows?
What?
You ready?
Yeah.
I, blank, seal my fate with yours. My soul is your soul. My heart is your heart. My blood is your blood. Eternally.
That's nice.
And you promise to protect each other, to choose each other in sickness and in health, in light and in dark. It's a continuation for it.
Same. That's pretty good.
Or, you ready?
Yeah.
Could it be the Corpse Bride one?
Fucker. I don't know.
I know, I'm pulling it up.
I'm gonna start by saying, question, what was that first one from? The book?
Yeah.
And the other one's from a movie?
Yes. Tim Burton's Corpse Bride.
I'm already not liking it because it's from a mainstream movie. At least a book is a little more what's the word? Obscure. Okay, what's the Corpse Bride?
With this hand I will lift your sorrows. Your cup will never empty, for I will be your wine. With this candle I will light your way in darkness. With this ring I ask you. Oh, dang it. I like the other one also.
Yeah.
The book one. I was like, oh, this is actually really good.
Well, it sounds like to me, it sounds like communion. With this Jesus says to the disciples at the Last Supper, is like, take this bread, eat it, and remember of me. Take this wine and drink of it, and it's my blood, and remember me. You know, whatever.
Yeah. So
like stuff.
I just
don't
looked.
like the way it comes off.
I just looked it up. I just looked up like wedding vows, whatever, and I put Enchantra. Okay, which is this book.
Okay.
And there's another one, right? It says, "As you are my moon, as you are the moon of my life, I shall be your sun and stars. Your love shall be ever present, even hidden from one another's sight. Or, I vow to guide you through the darkness, to find the light with you, and to love you in all your forms. Or, I promise to love you with all my heart, even when the world seems to be against us, and I'll always be there to protect you."
So I like the first one because
the moon one.
No, the very first one.
Oh, the one of the book, yeah.
Because it says, how does it start out again?
It says, "I blank," so your name.
Yeah.
"Seal my fate to yours."
Yeah, the seal my fate to yours. That's saying we're both in it together, wherever it goes. Like, you know, it's another way of saying we'll be together to the end, and you know, whatever outcome you have is the same outcome I have. So like, you have a vested interest in seeing that your outcome is good because our outcomes are tied together. You know, your fate's my fate, like that.
Yeah, I read these vows, and I was like, oh.
Generated by their mass, and this gives them their characteristic shape, which is usually approximately round, sometimes more misshapen and elongated like a potato, but never a flat disc. Such a thing does not come into being by itself. The questioner nodded his thanks and sat down again, but Melody continued before allowing the next question. But even more amazing is that there can't be any comets out there. But the visitor has a tail like a comet. Of Dragon 17, Mission Director Stevens mentioned that they had come to Dragon 17. Mission Director Stevens mentioned that they had come to the tabooing of the too great improbability. They look first and foremost for reasons why a finding must be a mistake, worried about going too far out on a limb and losing all recognition in the scientific community. An outgassing so far out, far away from the strong solar winds at minus 200 Celsius, would be explicable indeed only with a collision, which is so strong that enormous quantities of kinetic energy are released. And energy is heat. But such a collision would most likely break both asteroids apart, or at least one of them. In addition, the outgassing effect would be of extremely short duration, and the gas would escape in several directions at once due to the lack of radiation pressure, and it would cool extremely quickly. In the latest pictures from the Japanese, which were taken, don't forget, some weeks after the first pictures, the tail is still recognizable, however. In my opinion, this can only...
Oh my god. So this is now me going into Arkansas?
That is the reason why I tried to make myself heard.
This is now me going into Tennessee and Kentucky, and on the way back, maybe Missouri.
We might go to Ohio while we're staying. If we go into Cincinnati to see that.
Okay, so it is Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you saying that we're going to Ohio?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Who are you? What have you done to David? They're like, let's go. Let's go. And you know what my answer is?
What?
Yeah. Such a goofball. Why are you in love with me? It's one of those things where it's like, oh my god, don't look at me. I'm shy. It's like, I'm such a goofball. Why are you in love with me?
Washington. He introduced himself succinctly. His voice quivered a bit with excitement. Because it gets a bump from solar winds. That changes its orbital mechanical trajectory. Could it be that your comet hypothesis was also rejected by NASA because such a change in trajectory was not found? In fact, was disproved? A very good question. And yes, that is certainly one of the reasons. As I mentioned earlier, the absence of a coma also speaks against a comet. In my opinion, this also means that there is a possibility of an artificial celestial body of extraterrestrial origin. The visitor does not behave like an asteroid, nor like a comet. Instead, it flies through our solar system on a curved course, which does not correspond to the orbital mechanical predictions. Wouldn't that statement require more data? Yes. Melody nodded honestly. My data so far is based on only 3 images, which is why I have publicly asked NASA several times to initiate further research. I will repeat myself in this case. The visitor is possibly the most important field of research in human astronomy since the first telescope was built by Galileo Galilei. Maybe even of mankind in general, and I do not say this lightly. I just fear, and I hope that my book will not only shake up the New York Times bestseller list, but also some entrenched opinions in the right places in our politics and at NASA. Because if we wait too long, the visitor will have passed us by, and we'll never know what or who we were dealing with. Thank you, Michael. One more question at this point. I'm afraid we're getting too far away from the current section otherwise. Yes, the lady in the second to last row with the red shirt. The microphone helper hurried around and passed the mic between those in the last row to get it to the woman. Thank you very much, Doctor. My name is Melissa. If you don't mind me asking, it doesn't quite fit in this section, but I'm sure it's on the tongue of most of us here who saw your last interview on Jimmy Fallon's Tonight Show. Is it true that you were benched on the Dragon 6 mission because you helped another astronaut recover his... Melody didn't need to hear the rest because she saw someone coming on stage. It was Jeffrey in his brown corduroy suit with the colorful, ugly bow tie. He, with an unusually uncertain smile, coaxed the mic from her and said, "Okay, friends, we're going to take a short break now. We're currently having technical problems with the sound system. We've prepared complimentary drinks outside. You'll hear the bell when we're ready to resume. Thank you for your understanding." "What's wrong?" she muttered irritably after he turned off the mic and she noticed the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. "I'm very sorry, Dr. Hamilton." He licked his lips. "You have visitors." "Visitors?" Now fully confused, she glanced over his shoulder as she noticed his pitiful attempts not to look behind him. Right next to the stage, in the shadows of the spotlights, stood 2 broadly built men in tailored suits, their hands clasped in front of their hips, looking at her like hawks eyeing their prey. "Who's that?" "These are Secret Service agents here to see you." "Secret Service?" she asked, blinking a few times, as if the figures in the shadows could disappear like that. "I don't understand. Now?" "It seemed very urgent. They said I had 1 minute to get you off the stage or they would." The leader of the evening's event wrung his hands apologetically, seeming to wish himself out of his skin, not for the first time. "It's okay," she assured him, bracing herself with a deep breath. "It's not your fault. I'm sorry you had to interrupt. I'll take care of it and be right back on stage." With that, she walked past him and toward the 2 alleged agents, one of whom raised his wrist to his mouth and then lowered it again. "Gentlemen?" Melody made it sound like a cool greeting and a question at the same time. "Agent Smith." One of them introduced himself and pointed to his colleague. "Agent Sokolovsky. Follow us, please, ma'am." "Might I ask what this is about? In case you haven't noticed, I'm in the middle of a lecture."
Hot Spring National Park or whatever is... I just saw a sign for it, so in your mind, if like this is how long it would take us to get to Hot Springs if we decided to do a week
Like about 4.5 hours, 5 hours. No, which I already knew.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Now you've actually done it. You know.
Oh, the drive.
You know what the drive feels like. So if we actually left at 6 in the morning because we packed the night before, we go straight in the car.
And that could be a weekend trip.
Yeah, 4 hours later, 10, 11 o'clock, we're there. We get situated.
Yeah,
spend the day, whatever.
Which also it wouldn't be a bad trip to do a day trip.
Yeah.
Question mark. And I'm only gonna throw it out there, right? So leave at 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. Drive up to Hot Springs.
Yeah.
And then from there, be like, all right, cool, great. And then leave out of Hot Springs at like 8, maybe 9. Get home around 1, and still have a bed to go to Sunday morning.
Still have what to go to?
A bed. And when we go home, we'll have a bed.
Yeah. I mean, sure, but I'm like, what?
Oh, camping. That works too. Yeah. I was just thinking.
Yeah.
Like if you just want to do Hot Springs for a day.
I'm like, I'm gonna drive that much, so I'm gonna stay overnight. But I mean, yeah, it would be doable, but it's like going to Austin and staying for a day and coming back the same day. But
yeah.
I'd rather stay overnight. Yeah.
But I would actually like to be in Hot Springs overnight because apparently you can see beautiful stars.
Right.
Which, that's actually my other question. Can you see stars from Frankfurt?
We see a lot more. Yep. I mean, where we're going camping at the gorge or whatever, you'll definitely be able to see the Milky Way and stuff.
I'm afraid we're not authorized to discuss that with you, ma'am. Smith replied. He looked like a hard man without humor, and he spoke like one. She found no
I'll try to smell for gas.
His colleague added from the side. We wouldn't be able to. Would follow us.
I should have gotten a butt pillow.
Melody looked down at her wristwatch and said,
my butt hurts.
5 minutes. Neither man showed any reaction beyond a step to the side and an outstretched hand toward the door next to the stage. At the same time. For the first time. It's okay, she assured him, bracing herself with a deep breath. It's not your fault. I'm sorry you had to interrupt. I'll take care of it and be right back on stage. She walked past him and toward the two alleged agents, one of whom raised his wrist to his mouth and then lowered it again. Gentlemen? Melody made it sound like a cool greeting and a question at the same time. Agent Smith. One of them introduced himself and pointed to his colleague. Agent Sokolovsky. Follow us, please, ma'am. Might I ask what this is about? In case you haven't noticed, I'm in the middle of a lecture. I'm afraid we're not authorized to discuss that with you, ma'am. Smith replied. He looked like a hard man without humor, and he spoke like one. She found no sign of impatience or agitation in his countenance, and yet by mere body tension he managed to give the impression of knocking her unconscious and throwing her over his shoulder at the next rejoinder. And, his colleague added from the side, we wouldn't be able to anyway, so if you would follow us. Melody looked down at her wristwatch and said, 5 minutes. Neither man showed any reaction beyond a step to the side and an outstretched hand toward the door next to the stage. After you, ma'am. Reluctantly, she went and pushed open ahead one of the paired doors below the emergency exit sign.
Motherfucker!
She was surprised to see another agent.
What?
You remember I was telling you that Wesley was looking at camera?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I want the T7?
Yeah. And he's just like, I bought one.
Yes! He went to Best Buy and like stopped by and was like, oh hey, there's a T7 here, I'm buy it.
Must be nice. Good for him.
Yeah, no, great for him. But it must be nice to have free money like that.
trailing a black SUV in the pelting autumn rain. In the headlights, the drops looked like highly sped-up particles in an accelerator. Could I see your IDs? She asked. All of a sudden, it seemed so surreal that she was worried about falling victim to a particular...
I hate to mention, to just acknowledge the fact that we didn't bring a Bluetooth speaker. Like, I left...
I was actually looking at the Bose speaker.
I left the JVC because I'm like, it's big. And then when we were in the room, I was looking at your Bose or the JBL, and I was like, we should probably bring one of those because it's smaller.
And we have the flip that we found when we were...
Right, that's what I'm saying, that JBL.
And then also the clip in the freaking restroom.
Right, I mean, like, all the Bluetooth speakers. Because in the hotel, it would be nice to have...
music while we... I mean, I have my phone. My phone's pretty loud.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I almost don't want to mention it because I'm like, then we're like,
it's like, why do we have all these speakers and don't bring them?
A clever kidnapping or a prank, neither of which were scenarios she was particularly keen on. A step back made her collide with one of the agents, who turned out to be Smith. It was as if she had crashed into a solid wall. Although she instinctively braced herself for a fight as adrenaline shot out of her adrenal cortexes, he pulled out an ID card and held it up to her face. If it was fake, someone had done a really good job. Administrator Rothman is waiting for you. Agent Sokolovsky said reproachfully, yet without changing his tone. Finally, she swallowed and let his colleague at the door escort her to the rear seat with an opened umbrella. She got in, and sure enough, there sat Jim with a massive file folder on his lap and 2 tablets beside him on the center console. He looked tired and paler than usual, with deep shadows under his eyes. Melody didn't know whether to be relieved or even more.
So it reminds me of I wonder when this book was written. Probably. Remember that Oumuamua?
The what?
It was the first detected interstellar object to enter our solar system.
Oh, uh-huh.
Remember they were like, is it a UFO? You know, it's like, it's not a comet. It didn't come from the outer solar system. It's actually from another star system. Yeah. Floated into our path, approached the sun, went around the sun, and then flew off and escaped our solar system. We'll never see it again.
Yeah.
Like I said, people were like, oh, it almost seems like it's slowing down. How can it be doing that? It must be a UFO, and maybe it's an interstellar probe, some aliens, and all this shit. So it starts out, the main character's giving a lecture to like press and breaking the news about an interstellar object that was detected, and while in the middle of her presentation, some government goons, FBI or something, come and like yank her off stage and it's like, you need to come with us, you know. That's like the inciting incident.
That's funny.
So I don't know, kind of like
March 31st of 2024. So yeah,
that's when the book came out.
Yeah.
So I think it was inspired by, you know, the real life. Like, what if it was aliens?
What was Jim doing here?
Did you see the lady with the cattle dog?
Yeah.
Did you see her ears?
No. When you get gauges, you just have to look at everybody's earlobes.
Actually, no. That's not the reason why I look. But she had...
that's the reason you notice.
That is one of the reasons I noticed. Because it was all decked out. I was like, oh, I like your ears. But no, she had gauges smaller than mine, but she had rings on it. And so like hugged on the... Because I want that.
Okay.
8.
Yeah.
And so
You got a T7? How much do those cost?
It's like $300.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, $600. Maybe a little bit more because he bought the 2 lenses that I have.
Yeah, well, you got a good kit. You're like, oh well, those 2 lenses is pretty much everything you need.
Yeah, it's $600 for that set with the 2 lenses.
That's good.
But for him to drop $600 like that, like, hey. I mean, I know what he does for work.
What?
He's a pharmacy tech.
Oh, they make good money.
Yeah.
And then his partner probably makes similar money, and then they have no kids, obviously.
No kids, 2 dogs.
Yeah.
Like,
it's the dual income, no kids. They're dinks. That's where we're gonna be.
That's what we are.
So, I got all debt. Or, shit I gotta pay back.
Yeah. What was I doing? Oh, right, BFF. So he works. We've talked about like where he works on BFF versus on.
This is the other rest area that I usually don't stop at.
So he's a clinical pharmacist practitioner.
Okay.
For Veterans Affairs.
For who?
Veterans Affairs.
Yeah.
Yes. For free.
And the Secret Service? An ironic Jim? Was all that came from her mouth off the top of her head, although a whole torrent of questions was building up inside her, growing with every breath. Sorry, Melody, sighed the NASA administrator. I'm sorry we have to meet like this. I wish I could have just called you. We went to the lecture. Yes, 1 book and straight to #1 to my respect. Then why does it sound like an accusation? She wasn't looking for an argument, knowing they rarely ended constructively. Still, she found it hard to ignore her hurt, which resided in the pit of her stomach like a creature with a life of its own. Quotes that portrayed my agency as incompetent, stolid, or backwards. By the end, I had used up 2 markers. That was not my intention, nor was I trying to badmouth NASA, nor you. I merely shared my experiences, which is not forbidden to a former employee, she countered. Besides, you sidelined me simply because I spoke truthfully about my discovery. You put a hypothesis on national television that you knew every tabloid would greedily suck up and spray out like a damn sprinkler. And just before our final orbital test for the SLS. Her head in wonder. Jim had never
seeing the world through these sunglasses is like one of those like movie filters. It's like super pretty. It's like bright, but not super bright. And
let's see what these look like.
You have more color. Yeah, look at mine. You have more color because it's like more like less muted versus mine just look dark. That's why I'm like really tempted to just getting the rose color ones also.
Yeah, those would be really pretty right now.
Okay, sorry.
His voice in her presence, not even other employees with whom he'd had no private love affair. He seemed to notice and correctly interpret her look as he sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. "Sorry," he said, leaning forward and tapping his driver on the shoulder, whereupon the car began to move. Even as she wondered what had become of the agents, she saw headlights behind them and taillights in front. "I'm currently under a lot of pressure and there's no outlet because..." "Hey!" she interrupted him, spinning around to watch the door to the event center getting smaller behind them, as if she could cling to it with some invisible force. "We can't just leave." "Yes, we can," Jim objected. "And we have to. Our plane leaves in 30 minutes. "Our plane?" she repeated incredulously. "Of all things, how are we going to make it to the airport at this hour?" prevailed among all the candidates. "We won't be flying out of the airport. We'll be using Dover Air Force Base," Jim replied curtly. "Would you please tell me what's going on?" That was undeniably the most important question. Better late than never. "You were right. That's what's going on." She heard no reluctance in his voice, no shame either, which she credited to him. At the same time, the sober statement seemed extremely anticlimactic after 2 years in which she had alternately been NASA's pariah, the laughingstock of astronomers and astrophysicists, the bearer of hope.
Oh, another reason why your glasses look good, make everything look, you said, better, like you're saying, or movie-like. Polarized makes the contrast higher. Contrast.
Which my glasses are polarized. Yeah. And then my glasses also have the blue filter on it.
Yeah.
Popular.
I put them on my face. I look.
I know, but I didn't take a picture.
Why? I was like, why?
Basically, the situation she had secretly longed for since leaving recordings. Yes, 2 months ago, some employees in Hawaii were secretly looking, weren't sure exactly what they had found. Or they were outside. The lights of the night rushed past them as they sped eastward along back roads, like the diplomatic motorcade of a state guest. Whatever the results were, according to them, they wanted to go over the data enough times to be positive. It was leaked to me, and I immediately overturned the James Webb's usage plan, and last night the calculations were done. We internally call Serenity. When she had intended. Brown coats forever. When she merely frowned in response, he sighed and waved it off. The Serenity does actually have a tail. The object should still be well beyond Saturn. It can only be from mind. No natural object flying toward the sun is going to slow down. Just flipped open his file folder to another place and pulled out a picture that he held out to her. It showed an erased of the object and its size, but still inferior to a portrait photo from the early days of photography. Is that your scientific discovery, and one's own desires and ideas threaten to cloud one's view of the facts? No rotation. In her mind, one of many ideas she'd been tossing back and forth over the past 4 years collapsed. No ring habitat of aliens who, like humans, relied on a more or less strong form of gravity. That, too, simply had to be accepted. Has the object changed its trajectory? We're not sure. Possibly. The initial shots weren't informative enough as data. He raised a hand. Before you ask, based on current calculations, the object will reach Saturn in 1 year and cross the orbit of Mars 4 years later. Under normal circumstances, I would have said that a celestial body of this size would approach the Sun, and then, due to its enormous velocity, fly out of the system on the other side after approaching the Sun, once again accelerated by the gravitational sink of our star. But these are not normal circumstances. She could just as easily have said, "You've finally realized it," but that would have been as narrow-minded as it was unconstructive. This was not about being right. but about making an important discovery. Besides, needing to be right was a kind of litmus paper for small-mindedness, a test she chose to spare herself. No, they are not. Jim gave her a sidelong glance, and it seemed as if a tentative smile was trying to sneak through his wrinkled worries. He appreciated her gesture, perhaps even saw it as a peace offering. Maybe all that regolith is some kind of radiation shield and insulation, or a buffer against micrometeorites and interstellar gas or dust. We don't know, he replied, but we intend to find out. Melody blew excitedly. She didn't want to say it, as if the mere words might dash her hopes as soon as they crossed her lips. That means we get more time on the James Webb? Yes, I have all other projects on hold for the time being. The president read your book, and after I informed him that you might be right and we needed to do further research, he instructed me to focus all NASA resources on our visitor, except those vital to systems currently in use. Okay, that's good. Really good. She gestured vaguely to the front of the car, where the windshield wipers were fighting the masses of water on the windshield. But why the Secret Service? The president wants to personally brief the public on Serenity, just like he did when we got the first pictures from the James Webb. Jim's voice didn't betray how he felt about that. Quite the politician. Then again, maybe his driver was a Secret Service agent and he didn't want to expose himself unnecessarily. I was at the White House before we met, and he wanted to take me to the Air Force Base. But you wanted to take a detour. Yes. He nodded, smiling at last. He didn't agree until I told him I wanted to get you on board, and on the condition that he arranged the ride. Thanks, Jim. No, don't thank me. I'd rather you accept my apology. Wait, does that mean I'm about to meet President Brosnahan? You'll even get to ride an Air Force One. Melody felt transported back a few years, to the time when she'd had to watch on television pictures as her colleagues in the next room shook hands with the sitting president. She had been separated by only a wall from that honor, which would have meant a lot to her. This is... I know. Jim's smile. Or one of the other cars. Excuse me? I have 500 guests in that event center, all of whom paid to see me give a talk and get their books signed. If my word wasn't worth anything to me, I would have joined the Army instead of the Navy. She tried to joke. After all, he was still a captain in the reserves in the U.S. Army today. But her mind was made up, even though every fiber in her body wanted the cars to keep driving. Still, it wouldn't be right. You've done the right thing before, he reminded her with a serious look. She read compassion among other things, even though she didn't want to see it. I'll be on the next plane. Chapter 2. Melody sat in her seat with her forehead leaning against the window, watching the landscape below her drift by as an abstract carpet of washed-out greens and browns. The Delta Airlines plane had started to descend, and the first contours of vehicles, buildings, and roads were emerging. She had slept through the past hour, dreaming once again of frozen star panoramas, of the vastness of the vacuum that swallowed everything that was part of the basis of life in the universe. As always, she was a part of it, feeling herself from inside without possessing a body. She had always had a penchant for intense dreams, but in the last few months and years since her discovery of the visitor, they had become even stronger. It was probably because since then she had been preoccupied with nothing but this one object that might fly past them from the depths of space. Sometimes she looked at a deep blue gas giant, and other times at large asteroids which did not have tails, unlike the visitor. What moved her thoughts back and forth during the day accompanied her through the night, when her brain tried to rearrange itself and free her psyche from unnecessary ballast. regularly failed to do so, because in the morning she could always remember a lot and was only more motivated to get to the bottom of all her questions. The only problem was that since the night on Mauna Kea, she had been able to approach her problem almost exclusively theoretically, apart from the little added data from the Japanese. Without NASA's resources, she had become a thinker who had nothing to do with the hands-on former fighter pilot. Now everyone called her doctor instead of lieutenant commander, and suddenly Melody Adams, a physicist, came to the fore. Whether or not this new life between coffee and exhausting thinking phases suited her, she didn't quite know yet. But maybe this problem had just solved itself. She was still amazed that she had been able to finish yesterday's lecture calmly, without constantly wandering off in her thoughts. She had concluded it must have been the excitement of seeing her hypothesis become even more probable that had put her in high spirits. Her jokes had gone over even better, because a new lightness had been inherent in them. She had gone through the next chapters of her remarks with clarity and stringency, taking more time to answer questions, not even feeling the need to point out her new findings. No fantasy about saying in front of 500 spellbound pairs of eyes that they were finally taking her seriously. There had been only her talk, and the guests who had patiently waited out the overlong break. Just before she had finished her presentation with her closing remarks, Jeffrey had come on stage to show the audience a crowning surprise. He had then put CNN on the big screen, opening right into the beginning of a statement by President Ron Brosnahan, who just 4 years prior had been governor of Florida and was on the verge of re-election. He was behind a NASA lectern with the presidential seal flag and a U.S. flag in the background, flanked by Jim, while the other side was empty. Melody wondered if the empty seat had been for her. Every politician loved big photo ops, and she certainly would have fit perfectly into the announcement with her newfound celebrity status. She hoped that Jim hadn't had to endure too much trouble for not bringing her along. She no longer remembered the president's exact words. The evening had lasted too long, and too much had hit her at once. But the quintessence had remained. NASA had confirmed, with the help of the new James Webb Telescope, that a possibly extraterrestrial object with a significant likelihood of artificial origin was passing through our solar system. He even mentioned her name, albeit only in an aside, as he highlighted the accomplishments of NASA and key American researchers, including her, without elaborating. There followed the usual self-congratulation for his decisions and the work of his administration, as any political leader did in situations like this. The election campaign was not over yet, and a statement of such magnitude was a ready-made meal for any campaign team. In the end, however, things got exciting again when Brosnahan announced that he would make this matter a top priority and get to the bottom of the visitor. It had not escaped her notice that he was repeating the name she had launched for the object. After landing at Houston's George Bush Intercontinental Airport, she took a cab to the JSC. She would have been picked up, too, had she asked for it, but she didn't want to make a fuss or act like a VIP. No longer was her hypothesis merely that, a hypothesis. It had become more probable, had morphed from a well-founded possibility to the most realistic explanation for a new kind of celestial body. But it still wasn't proof. Until then, she shied away from too great an outburst of emotion, although more than once she would have liked to erupt into loud cheers. Arriving at the JSC and making her way along one of the many hallways on the way to Jim's office, she met Greg Rogers, her former colleague from the replacement crew for Dragon 6. A bearish man in his 40s, he looked like a hooligan with glasses, but was one of the most intelligent and amiable astronauts she had ever met. Astronaut Kennedy, she corrected herself with a suppressed sigh. Good to see you, he said with a smile after they broke away from a warm hug. I didn't think I'd see you here again. Neither did I, she confessed, dodging a throng of young employees hurriedly streaming past them with tablets in their hands and buttons in their ears. But it feels good. I'm sorry about how things went down back then. She waved it off. It's not your fault. Besides, if it hadn't gone that way, I never would have found time to sort out my thoughts, get the data together with the Japanese, and write a book. Congratulations on that, Greg said with honest appreciation. I read it, and it's very accurately and entertainingly presented. You didn't even take a real side swipe at NASA, although I would have understood. Thank you. That means a lot to me. He pulled her a little to the side and lowered his voice before continuing. I would have understood. What they did to you then was not okay. They almost ruined your reputation. You mean Jim? Greg gave a meaningful shrug of his shoulders. Yes, maybe. But it turned out differently, didn't it? She said lightly. Typical me, he replied with grin, giving her another squeeze. Always optimistic. Always more forgiving than the others deserve. It's good to have you back. Don't let me get to you. I won't, she promised, and continued on her way to Jim's office. The hallways at JSC were positively vibrating with activity instead of the typical professional quiet. It seemed as if the staff of 14,000 had doubled overnight. She wanted too much to believe that they were all busy adjusting to the visitor, Serenity, reading her book to learn more about it. But, of course, this was related to the visit by the president, who had just left. A flying visit from the most powerful person in the world meant a rat's tail of tasks that had to be worked through in quick succession, cutting into the workday of almost every single employee like an axe, at least for one day. Jim wasn't in his office, so she waited in the secretary's office and scrolled through the news feeds on her smartphone. As it was, Rosnahan's statement, along with Jim's subsequent remarks, had been picked up by the media across the board, but they hadn't become the big hook she had expected. One more sign that she should rein in her wishful thinking. In her head, she was already calculating the funds needed to launch a mission that would put a rover on Serenity. She came out at such large sums that they would need more than a few media reports to get Congress to tune in. She didn't know what she expected, but probably something more than semi-mocking articles that insinuated that the president was now bringing in little green men to win the election for him. Others wondered if it was all a tactic by NASA to win back one of its now highly popular former employees. Or would it be like Oumuamua a few years earlier, when the excitement over an alleged extrasolar object had turned out to be researcher hysteria? Mel. A familiar voice greeted her, tearing her away from her smartphone. Ah, Jim. She stood up, cast a sidelong glance at his secretary, and then formally held out her hand to him. He shook it and pointed to his office. Please, after you. Thank you. As she took a seat in the same chair as when they had last seen each other before he released her over the phone, she felt like a student at the principal's office after breaking a rule. Are you all right? He asked, putting his bag down and dropping into his office chair like a wet sack. Last time you sent me to Andrea for the press release and gave me free rein, she replied, shaking her head. What happened after that, we both know. You've brought public attention to a pipe dream during the most important phase of the most important and expensive project since the moon landing. A pipe dream? She echoed with raised eyebrows. At the time, I thought it was. He reluctantly relented. Nevertheless, you knew how hard everyone here worked to make the most powerful rocket in our agency's history a success, and public awareness is as important to that as firing the rocket engines. It's Congress, in the end, that appropriates our funds, and its members, well, they have to get approval in their constituencies. I never intended to torpedo the SLS project. I was invited and merely said what I thought about my discovery at the time, and still think today. I never authorized this, and I wouldn't have. If you had come to me, we could have talked about anything, but you had to go ahead. Maybe I should have, but you were unavailable, Jim. In the end, it wasn't my fault that the SLS blew up, even though you took your anger out on me. Jim looked like he was having a fainting spell and sank back in his chair as the memory caught up with him. The television images had been traumatic for the entire nation, not least because they had been reminiscent of the Challenger disaster, even though no one but a payload consisting of rocks had been on board. SpaceX had won the race with Starship. The SLS was dead even before the test flight was announced. $2 billion per launch? No reusability of the first stage and boosters? We should have relied on our partners at Hawthorne from the beginning, and at least that way the decision was taken away from you. She reflexively tried to build him up. She searched for the anger that she had suppressed for 2 years, but now that he was vulnerable, she merely felt sorry for him. She wouldn't have wanted to trade places with him. You always said you hated going to Washington as a supplicant and having to make lazy compromises with people who have no idea about the things we do here. Now, at least, they've taken away a money grab from you that had no future anyway. It's not that simple. Our reputation is at stake. If we just let the private sector do everything in the future, we'll make ourselves untrustworthy. Jim rubbed his hands over his face and sighed before shaking his head. That's not important right now, though. We may disagree on the matter, but certainly not on the fact that we need to prepare everything to better investigate Serenity. What were you thinking of? In her mind, she exclaimed, a rover mission. First of all, we need to get together with our partners in Europe and Asia to put all eyes and ears on the object and find out as much as we can. Then I'll go back to the president with that data and use it to supply him with ammunition for his new weapon. With a little luck and a solid majority for him in both chambers, we might even be able to get enough funding together for a rover mission after the election. Melody didn't even try to hide her grin. This was exciting. I'd be lying if I said I didn't care, she said, pointedly calm. I'll hire you back if that's what you want. Jim spoke freely. I belong here. You know that. I always have. Lieutenant Commander Adams will forever belong to the Navy, but Dr. Adams is a child of NASA. Why do I hear a but in there somewhere? I want a 10-year contract with guaranteed employment and no leaves of absence, as long as I don't violate my employment contract or the right of direction, she demanded. 10 years? Surely it will take at least that long for Serenity to fly past the sun and become unreachable. Jim leaned back like an exhausted athlete and nodded slowly. I think I can do that. Besides, I want a front row seat, and for that I will always have my brightest smile ready for the cameras. He raised a brow questioningly. I know you need me to be a figurehead for the media, too, first and foremost. I'm now the all-knowing human face of our visitor, and that's what you want in your arsenal when it comes to wielding public opinion as a weapon against Congress. She raised her hands like a shield to dissuade him from a friendly but feigned denial. She was eager to spare them both that charade. That's fine with me. I'm pragmatically inclined enough to see the need for it. I'll do my best to move this project forward, and I'll coordinate every interview with you beforehand. I want to have a front row seat for this. I think I've earned that. How does Deputy Project Manager, with a view to mission control in the event of a solar mission, sound to you? Asked Jim after a brief pause for thought, during which he nodded his fingers as if they formed a puzzle that he solved one by one until he finally disentangled them. That... Melody thought about it and swallowed her disappointment that she would only be Deputy Project Manager. On the other hand, she was sure that this post was the maximum he could offer her. After all, she had not been part of the space agency for 2 years, and had previously been parked in an outside position in preparation for higher management after failing to gain her astronaut pin because someone else had been chosen over her. The leadership would surely have caused a political earthquake within NASA, passing over someone who would feel at least as bad in the process as she did when she'd had to watch her comrades turn their dream into reality. It would not be fair, nor a position in which she could feel comfortable. She had to hand it to him. Jim once again showed himself to be a prudent politician and manager. That is generous. Thank you. Does that make us even? He asked, making it sound casual. She knew he meant more than just their professional differences, which had led to 2 years of radio silence. Yes, it does. She nodded, seeking his gaze to let him know she meant their then-abandoned private relationship. There were no shards that hadn't been swept up. Good. Then welcome back to the team, Dr. Adams, he said lightly, as if nothing had happened, standing up and extending his hand across the table to her. When she took it, he added, "Congratulations on your promotion. Starting today, you won't have much free time, but you'll be working on the most exciting space project since the moon landing. That is, if Serenity doesn't turn out to be a natural phenomenon in the end." "I put the probability of that at 30%, she responded, assuring him that she had not lost her sense of reality.
Why?
I know. I was like, oh, right. You need your hand for the...
cruise control.
Aimed to appreciate it because his lips parted into a smile. "You start tomorrow. If you don't want to fall right into bed, the outpost is reopened. As far as I know, you still have an open beer coaster there." Now it was her turn to smile. Chapter 3. In the weeks that followed, she spent nearly every evening at the outpost. The now ancient pub was located on Clear Lake, just outside the JSC, and had been the watering hole of astronauts and mission control personnel since the 1960s. Having shut down once before in the 2000s, it had closed again in 2010, at least officially. Naomi, the owner-operator when Melody had been in astronaut training, had taken it upon herself to open privately for them every now and then. The small, stuffy interior, with its ugly, old wood paneling, smelled of tradition, if you wanted to put it politely, and was crammed with memorabilia. Hanging from the ceiling was a copy of the A7L, NASA's first spacesuit for the early Apollo missions. Insignias and pictures of past projects, most notably the moon landing, claimed every available space on the wood paneling, and countless notches in the wooden tables were the scars of various traditions and quirks of each year's space travelers over the 6 decades. In short, it was an ugly pub that breathed history and, through its grounding simplicity, had always been an anchor point for those whose gaze was directed skyward. First and foremost, Mel enjoyed coming down from the Johnson Space Center site after 12 hours of work and, over a beer or two, forgetting everything that had flooded her mind during the day. That's how most of the people here felt who weren't busy with Dragon 21, the current ISS mission. Jim hadn't lied and was committing massive resources to her project. Woolsey's project, and she was his deputy. But Woolsey was much more charming facilitator than domineering technical idiot, as she would have expected. Woolsey was a good project manager because he could smoothly link the areas involved and resolve conflicts quickly by having an open door and being able to elicit cooperation to reconcile different points of view without anyone feeling slighted. However, he bought this outcome with a type of frenzied monitoring that enabled him to see and evaluate all threads of the project at all times, and this often made her work exhausting. Sometimes she felt like a student who had the teacher constantly looking over her shoulder during a written exam. That fact brought to mind the second good argument for the outpost. Woolsey never came here. He lived in his office, so to speak. "Hey!" She was greeted one night in her third month. She thought it was a Monday, just as she sat at the bar half asleep. It was Greg who'd come up beside her and pointed questioningly at the empty bar stool next to her. "Up this late?" Melody blinked herself awake, looked down at her wristwatch, yawning. It was after 2, meaning it was Tuesday, and explaining why there was an empty bar stool. The noise level was still aggressive, chasing away the many thoughts in her head of space telescope rotation periods, orbital mechanics calculations of how the inner planets would likely affect Serenity's orbit, and thousands of notes for her dwindling but never-ending interviews with television and newspapers. "Yeah." She cleared her throat and tapped her empty beer bottle, whereupon Nancy, on the other side, nodded as she passed, and twirled to set another one down for her as if she were a dancer. Melody wanted to leave, but Greg looked like he could use an ear, so she obliged. "All I have waiting for me at home are everyday chores that I haven't had the time to do in a long time." "I understand. Your project multiplies by its own weight, it seems, every week." Greg accepted his beer, and they toasted. After the first sip, he sighed contentedly and nodded, as if answering a silent question. "I'm really close now, you know." "Dragon 22? "Mm-hmm," he hummed, seeming unsettled all at once. "Don't worry, I'm not jealous. I'm happy for you." "Thanks. I didn't know if I should tell you, but you probably would have found out anyway. To me, it feels like a bit of a betrayal, because at the time, we shared our grief about not being nominated as a shared secret that somehow connected us. You know what I mean, right?" "Oh, yes," she assured him, and her gaze drifted to the past. A past of grief, but fierce grief that felt at once like failure and betrayal. Finally, she shook her head. "That was once upon a time, Greg. Now I wouldn't want it. Serenity has become something like the Holy Grail for me. I don't know if I wanted it that way, but since my book and the president's quasi-backing, I've become his face, his brand, so to speak. Everyone who thinks of our visitor thinks of me in the next breath. Brosnahan's mention of me has given my book another boost that has my agent all spinning." "Are you a multimillionaire yet?" asked Greg with a grin. There was no envy in that either. "I think so," Melody shrugged. "I don't take time to look at my bank account. It doesn't matter either, because I wouldn't have time to spend the money." "Are you making progress yet?" "Serenity is slowing down. We've figured that much out. The only question is at what rate, and we're not sure of that yet. But through the interconnected efforts of ourselves and our many partners around the world, we're pretty confident in saying that the breaking rate is constant." "But the object didn't turn, did it? Would it have to turn if it was a spacecraft? So that repulsion and thus braking force would point in the opposite direction to the previous acceleration direction?" She growled. "It should, yes, but it doesn't." "Why?" She shrugged. "I really don't know. But I want to find out, that's for sure. What's worse is that the current course would cause Serenity to collide with Saturn. That's what gives me the biggest headache. If that were to happen, it would be lost, whatever it is." "Saturn has only a tiny, rocky core," Greg stated after setting down his beer. "Maybe your friend is just flying through the endless layers of molecular hydrogen? I guess it depends on its speed, but you know what would happen then. For that to happen, Serenity would have to be very, very slow so that the collision damage wouldn't be too great. And then again, Saturn wouldn't let it escape its gravitational sink. It remains a mystery." Greg glanced at the clock above the liquor shelf, which was crammed with far too many rocket models, and his expression darkened. pants pockets but finding nothing. So she tapped her beer mat, signaled to Nancy, who's adversaries most of the time, even though they tried to mask that. But in the end, very few, a handful at most, were going to get to the finish line. I need to go to bed now. Greg nodded sympathetically. I know. Good night. She walked hurriedly out, pushing her way through a group of drunken colleagues, most of whom were astronauts trying their hand at a game of darts, in which each of them would lose, and then stood in the large gravel parking lot in the light of the flickering streetlights. As the door slammed shut behind her, the mixture of country music, laughter, loud conversations, and clinking bottles ceased, as though she'd been swallowed by a black hole. Hello, she said, grateful that her voice didn't sound distressed as she greeted the gray-haired colonel who was walking toward her, or rather, the entrance to the outpost, with two friends. Hello, Melody. His expression betrayed fright, which quickly gave way to a mask of politeness. I haven't seen you here. I usually leave early. Always have to go on watch in the morning. Bernard smiled lightly and nodded. Too bad. I would have liked to talk to you more often. Me too, she lied. Another time. She agreed, and an awkward silence spread between them until he cleared his throat, stepped aside as they nodded. Until then. See you one of these days. She quickly walked to her car, biting her lower lip. It feels so strange to run into him, not after all this time. And yet the pain was still there where it had lived all these years, buried deep in her guts, lurking in wait for weak moments like a predator that refused to be driven away. Chapter 4. On the one hand, the months leading up to Project Serenity's most important day to date flew by as Melody worked so much that she lost all sense of time. On the other hand, the flow of days and weeks was like tough resin that penetrated every aspect of her life and seemed to slow everything down. In the mornings, she worked in her office, going over everything Woolsey couldn't or wouldn't handle, including permit documents, personnel requests, or signing off on accounting invoices, and hating every minute of it. She wasn't made for desk work, and had always loathed positions like this because they led into a side stream that took her away from what was happening. At the same time, she was situated at a hub. Although the accounting documents in particular only had to be signed pro forma, without her reviewing them in detail, she was picking up enough of what was going on in each area to be able to piece together an overall picture. So the mornings were the price she had to pay to fully survey and comprehend the presumed project of a lifetime. And that she did. The costs were still manageable thus far, considering that tens of planning teams were working on project designs for a probe that might never get the green light. At least not if what everyone feared would happen today did in fact happen. Except for her, of course. She was too preoccupied with this celestial body to tolerate the thought of it crashing into Saturn today and fizzling out. Her reputation and that of her book were secondary to her, but the idea of never knowing whether she was right, that it truly was an extraterrestrial flyby, was not secondary. She was all in, and could not afford an abrupt end to this chapter. Her afternoons were spent at Mission Control, which was still assigned primarily to the ISS missions and to the regular Dragon launches, but where SpaceX took over most of the hands-on control of the missions, and they were merely support. They used the free space that Woolsey and they had organized to coordinate the various telescopes, 30 of which were Earth-based and 20 of which were space-based, permanently pointed at Serenity. On this day, however, mission control for the ISS fell to their colleagues at ESOC, ESA's European Space Operations Center in Darmstadt, Germany. Here in Houston, everything was focused on a single object. The evenings belonged to the press, although the interviews had flattened out considerably after the initial media euphoria about Little Green Men. By now, it wasn't even the second tier of media who interviewed her via Zoom or in one of the unadorned press rooms at JSC. But she had agreed with Woolsey that even without much public interest, she should continue to stay visible, even if only a little. For her, it turned out to be good practice that led her to becoming more comfortable in front of cameras, or at least no longer uncomfortable. The measure had shrunk by which she deemed herself as having been made for tasks other than interviews. But now, here she was, on the 367th day of her re-employment at NASA, which many colleagues had christened Doomsday once Serenity stopped braking. Since then, the celestial body had been traveling at a little less than 16,000 kilometers per hour, which isn't particularly fast in cosmic terms, but it was dangerous. It wasn't fast enough to pass Saturn, but it wasn't slow enough to enter, at least not on its current trajectory. 3 weeks ago, when they had noticed that their object had settled into a steady velocity, bets had been placed at the outpost by having each guest toss a crown cap into one of two jars. One was labeled Trick, and one was labeled Treat, because the day happened to coincide with Halloween. Both were still there now. Trick twice as full as its sister jar for the optimists. Unfortunately, mathematics proved the pessimists right. So Melody, like everyone else with mission control clearance, stood in the control room, deep in the heart of JSC, hoping for candy and dreading sour grapes. She was reluctant to acknowledge the calculations that predicted a 91.3% probability of a crash on Saturn. So she rudely pushed her rational self aside. She banished it to the periphery of her perception. Mission Control had been overhauled several times in its history. On the front wall was an oversized display showing a picture of Serenity that came closest to what they considered a live image. A dark object whose backward-drawn disc shape was recognizable with some imagination, plus the tail, which had become noticeably shorter and had shrunk to a few kilometers instead of several 100,000 kilometers in length. Another puzzle for him. Normally, an object with a recoil plume should accelerate, that is, increase speed, and one without a recoil plume should drift, or continue to glide at the same speed. But even this did not seem to interest their visitor. Even the color of the suspected exhaust flare had changed, and its brightness had decreased significantly. Saturn, with its many thousands of rings, was already a mighty shadow on the left side. The main screen was bracketed by a pair of equally large screens, all three close together, displaying various vector calculations of the object's trajectory and infrared data in curve diagrams, along with time data and, on the far left, the sinusoidal flight patterns of the ISS, which also needed further attention. The workstations were painted elephant gray, with monitors arranged side by side and on top of each other, with all the shit.
What the fuck?
On out later.
No, right now. No, I feel stiff.
Gonna stretch your legs.
Whoa, I haven't worked out in a fucking week. I was used to working out every day. And like stretching my body.
Well, when you work out, don't stretch. It's bad for you, because then your body wants to be stretched all the time.
Shut it up! Oh, I see the loves. I'm gonna fight you. I hope you know that.
So, like, people who stretch either before or after workout, they're more prone to injury if they work out without stretching. Whereas if you never stretch...
I don't stretch out during workout.
Okay.
Or before or after.
Okay. Some people do.
No, but every time that I do lat pull downs or something with my back, it goes. Because it feels great.
I'm guessing the Love's is over there because we saw it over there, right?
Somewhere. Yeah, it's right there. I seen it. I seen it with my own eyes.
Okay,
I was like, why are my eyes like tired? And I'm like, oh right, because I don't fucking sleep.
That's another reason why I'm like, we're not gonna do this in one go, and like you're already tired. Like if I picked you up from work, if you'd work like normal hours and you've been up all night and then you're like sleeping this whole time, then I'd be like, hey, let's switch out, you know, because you've been sleeping the whole way or something.
Yeah.
There's those assholes again.
Are they the same assholes?
No, they're not actually. But like if you're tired just sitting there and then I'm like, okay, you drive, you're gonna drive for like 20 minutes and be like, I'm dying, you know. It's like, what's the point? So you know,
hey,
one of us is gonna be tired, so
hey, I don't appreciate it being called out.
It's fine. No, I'm just saying, like, I want to do this so that we both have an enjoyable
time. Yeah, no, I get
drive, and I'm like, we have the luxury of being able to take a stop and we'll just do it that way, and not sit there and try to, oh, we have to get there and, you know, burn up the road.
Yeah, no, I think it's because I keep reading, and it's like the light shifts with the sun setting and whatnot. I see it while I'm reading, and I'm like, oh, should I take off my sunglasses?
Yeah, it's gonna be getting dark.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's in there.
What?
So, this guy's name's Taylor. He's the other friend.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Okay.
He's a graphic designer.
Okay.
I texted him at 6:43. I was like, oh, we still have 2 hours before stopping. And he's like, eek. I was like, okay, I lied, we're stopping now. And it's only been 15 minutes.
I don't get it. Why did you say 2 hours?
Because I was thinking about Memphis.
Oh.
start.
Okay.
Yeah, he is.
In a second, I'll see what my surprise is.
You're gonna be like, oh my god! Oh my god! You can go inside.
I'm gonna smoke a cigarette.
Oh, okay. I did find these. Yeah. Oh, don't open that.
Why? Why? Oh, you got me something?
You have a choice.
Found a place in Bangkok where you can visit. They had the prettiest beads to choose from. I'm gonna place the beads in the order that I want. I went for pink and blue aesthetic, and once it's done, they're gonna assemble it for you. My poor little bubble, she's drilling her head, but it's for a good cause. Because look at the final result. It costs $16 plus the price of the Pop Mart. Found a place in Bangkok.
What would the monthly payment be for a $500,000 home? All right, let's go. So first off, Rocket Mortgage has a great resource that anybody can use to calculate an estimated P.
If you're a nerdy dude and your confidence is low and your armor's tight, it's time for you to respawn with the new strap to take on the dad bod empire. So watch this video and I'll show you how these helmets have helped thousands of nerdy overweight men create an alter ego using my game firearm system. Travis is down 80 pounds, Nate's down 30 pounds, Joe's down 75 pounds, Brandon and John are down 40, and they all did so using my game.
live credit hacks if you have. But now trophied up, I'm seeing like boom, bop, boom, 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 bop, bam. But now trophied up, I'm seeing like boom, bop, boom.
This ain't Texas. Ain't no hold'em. Lay your cards down, 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 down. So park your Lexus. Throw your keys up. Stick around, round.
I've always wondered why they always charge so much money for the steak. And the
What do you like your... Okay, so this is your first gift.
Okay, thank you.
What do you like your second gift?
Yeah.
Before you drive? You can have either a grilled chicken taco or a grilled steak taco.
What chicken?
You're like, oh my god. Yeah, that way we won't feel like we're starving. Because that's what I feel right now. I feel like I'm like really hungry. Which is why I'm like getting tired. And then as for the Celsius, I was like, oh, you know, we really need Celsius. Because we haven't really been drinking caffeine.
Yeah, that's why I was switching to that other one, but yeah, that's better.
And then I saw these tacos and I was like, oh, I remember they were good last time we went on the road trip to San Antonio. Because your dad ate one and I ate one. Actually, your dad had like 3.
I'll let you open it and get back when you're ready. What's one of the... Oh, over here.
He's going to turn Apple Music. But I think you just hit play. Let me add you to my... Don't do that. Let me add you to my family. It's Upland.
Good. Why does it say not playing?
I don't know. Close it. Anyway, I just sent you a text. Nani? Says delivered. Delivered. Hold on.
This one? No.
You sent me that. You can leave it later if you want it.
What? Oh, yeah, this one.
Family plan.
Okay.
Oh my god, you have Apple Music now. You have to connect it again.
Bluetooth audio setup. Push the top
I actually
switch.
had to sing that song before.
Select audio player.
Select audio player.
David's iPhone. Confirm.
Pardon? That audio.
Select audio player.
Pardon? That audio player name was not found.
David's iPhone. David's iPhone. Confirm. From car.
Pardon?
Confirm.
Please choose a connection method. Push the talk switch and say from car.
From car.
From car. Push the talk switch.
Confirm.
Searching.
David's iPhone.
Selected.
That's why it was.
Returning to Bluetooth audio setup.
Cancel.
Cancelled.
We're out of Texas. Shut up.
That's also Texas. That's plain.
Stop popping shit up. Okay. No.
Stop being so angry.
Try not to get frustrated. What? No.
Go for a minute.
Yeah. People next to us had solar panels on top of their van. They're probably living out of it.
You're like, mine is better.
Yep.
It works. Very shitty, but it works.
I feel like I'm going the wrong way now.
You are.
Son of a bitch.
I love this song. Do you know the lyrics?
Tennessee whiskey.
Used to spend my nights out at the ballroom. That was the only love I've known.
Why is my GPS not redirecting me?
But you rescued me from reaching for
It will eventually, or I'll just find my own fucking way into.
me back. Being too far gone. Oh, rest me. It's Tennessee whiskey.
object to this song because Tennessee Whiskey.
I know it's not smooth at all.
It's not smooth.
I
so
know.
you're saying, so the song is saying you're not smooth.
Yeah, no, you're rough as fuck.
Yeah.
You're toxic as shit.
Yeah.
Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey. My twin loves this fucking song.
You seem to like it too.
He also with that name of the song. Yeah! I was like, we are going to Tennessee.
Yeah.
Okay, so now they have Apple Music. You're like, yeah. What about it? What I like about it is, let's say we're my car or we're your car. Oh, let's say you're like, oh, I don't want to listen to this, right? You'd be like, oh, let me actually add a song or something,
or keep songs to it from your phone.
Yeah.
Not have to go through
the crap of like adding a phone or. I think they actually meant it. They made it for like road trips and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's smart. That's so smart.
Yeah.
Or like a party.
Yeah.
Welcome to my family plan. Because I have my mom and I have my brother.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I have 2 more slots.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
I'll start trying to migrate over. I'll go through my
YouTube Music and see what's
my likes.
Yeah.
That playlist that's got 1 million songs that are likes.
Yeah.
I'll go through and start adding
putting
those.
it to your library.
That way, it'll learn. It'll know what I like, and when I go say, "Hey, play music," it'll play stuff for that.
Yeah.
And that's been the biggest. The other reason I'm always going to have YouTube Music. YouTube Premium.
You can keep YouTube Premium because of the ads free.
Yeah, but I mean, that's one reason why I wouldn't switch over before is like I'd have to pay another music service when I have a music service I'm already paying for.
And now you don't have to pay for it because I'm already paying for it.
Right.
That's a bonus thing about me. It's like, oh look, I'm already paying for it. Might as well add people.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you're my partner, and I live with you.
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't do this sooner.
I don't know. Well, because I wasn't using it, but anyway. Good old Rocky Top.
You said it the exact same way as them?
Yeah.
Dang. You know this song?
Yeah.
Oh, this one's good.
Different flavor is same flavor.
Different flavor.
Let me taste it.
This one also has no carbonation.
I like that one better than this one.
You like this one better?
Yeah, but I'll keep it. I'll keep it. Yeah, I do like the fizz, but that one's got a weird artificial sweetener flavor.
At the end?
Yeah.
You're good. The sacrifices I'm no, just kidding. No. To me, it's all the same. So.
Yeah.
I love this song. I was like, wait, that's Dolly.
In a straight back chair on two legs, leaned against the wall. Watch the kids playing with June bugs on the string, and chase the glowing fireflies when evening shadows fall. In my Tennessee mountain home, life is as peaceful as a baby's sigh.
Damn, that's pretty peaceful.
In my Tennessee mountain.
As peaceful as a baby's sigh.
Mm-hmm.
A baby just. It's pretty peaceful.
Crickets sing in the fields nearby. Honeysuckle vine clings to the fence along the lane. Their fragrance makes the summer wind so sweet. And on a distant hilltop, an eagle spreads its wings, and a songbird on a fence post sings a melody. In my Tennessee mountain home, life is as peaceful as a baby's sigh. In my Tennessee mountain home, crickets sing in the field nearby. Walking home from church on Sunday with the one you love, just laughing, talking, making future plans. And when the folks ain't looking, you might steal a kiss or two, sitting in the porch swing, holding hands. In my Tennessee mountain home, life is as peaceful as a baby's sigh. In my Tennessee mountain home, crickets sing in the fields nearby.
That's what I forgot to bring.
What?
My control.
Yeah. Internet?
That's Wi-Fi.
It hasn't updated GPS in a minute. I mean, it's fine. Just update.
My blue suede shoes and I boarded the plane. Touchdown,
the land of the Delta Blues.
In the middle of the pouring rain.
No, I don't know the song. I was just looking at the phone.
WC hand, won't you look down over me? Yeah, I got a first class ticket, but I'm as blue as a boy can be. Then I'm walking in Memphis, just walking with my feet 10 feet off a beam. Walking in Memphis, but do I really feel the way I feel? Saw the ghost of Elvis on Union Avenue. Followed him up to the gates of Graceland.
How's my juice doing?
And I watched him walk right through.
Empty.
Now security did not see him. They just hovered around his tomb.
You want a palate cleanser?
There's a pretty little thing waiting for
No, you can keep it. Same flavor.
the kid down in the jungle room. When I was walking in Memphis, I was walking with
Oh, you
my
were
feet
halfway.
10 feet off a beam. Walking in Memphis, but do I really feel the way I feel?
Yeah.
Just download it.
In front of them. On the walls to both sides, above framed pictures of previous shuttle, hung the logos of the various ISS expeditions. All faced the gallery, the viewing area behind her, which was packed with colleagues. No access to mission control. Ironically, standing with them was Woolsey, who had put her in charge for the morning, said Jim, who had just arrived and had her hand in a headset. Who isn't? Whatever is about to happen, 10 years, and exciting details to learn. Melody nodded absently, trying to disengage from the subdued atmosphere that was stretched to the breaking point in the suddenly cramped room. It had taken most of her colleagues a long time to come to terms with the idea that Serenity might, in truth, be an extraterrestrial object, be it a wantonly accelerated asteroid, an oversized probe, or a real spaceship. But they had become comfortable with it, and consequently hopeful that they might be involved in exploring humanity's single most important discovery. No one would have said this aloud, because the residual doubts were still too great. But she could feel how close to the surface these thoughts had come. All right, optical control, status report. She spoke into her headset as the countdown read 1 hour and 20 minutes. Space telescope screen, alignment correct and constant, came the reply directly in her ear. Eyes on the ground, open and awake, Gina reported from further forward. Her shock of red hair was impossible to miss, despite the glaring monitors in front of her.
Yeah, I figured that.
All right, folks. Everything better be online and showing no error messages. After that, it's wait and see and keep the data store. Jim a sidelong glance. He'd put on some weight and looked like an aging detective, the way he held his hands on his hips, pushing his jacket back as it was 1 hour and 14 minutes. It was so empty that if you recreated it to scale with marbles in a meadow, see it with a naked eye if you stood at the position of the sun. See it with a naked eye if you stood at the position of the sun. Saturn was the 6th of 8. The countdown reached the last 2 minutes. Time changed from green to red. The color shift hit her like a punch in the stomach. In her mind, the film of a giant comet inevitably played, looking like a speck in front of the hydrogen giant, and smashing into it like an insect into a truck's windshield.
That guy's like, fuck this.
Left behind were swirls on Saturn's outer shell, a tumultuous mixture of frozen ammonia crystals and methane molecules in constant photolysis. They raged in methane molecules in constant photolysis. They raged in an eternal... They raged in an eternal chemical process around a dense cloud. Chemical process around a dense cloud.
Have you been drinking tonight? Have you been drinking tonight?
Yeah.
Have you been drinking tonight?
Yeah. Remember that video? Can you remember that video? Can you imagine if we weren't stopping overnight? Imagine if we weren't stopping overnight? It's like we're not even halfway there.
I know. No.
Right there.
I know. No. How was I? Hyper. No, I was. Yeah. I should. Lane closure.
Stay up past his bedtime. The murder of Ruben Salazar. Life was good. Murder of Ruben Salazar. Life was good for the Jacksons, who had moved her from Indiana. For the Jacksons, who had moved her from Indiana. A lot of people think that this is. A lot of people think that this is. His own music, and they said no. So to that extent, music and they said no. So to that extent, music and me feels like good. What that sweater vest, my guy. Me feels like good. What that sweater vest, my guy. Good. What that sweater vest, my guy. frustrated with Motown. The boys wanted would be perfect to everyone was frustrated with Motown. The boys wanted would be perfect to play the scarecrow. And Siegel and his family is a bunch of Vegas acts. You know, who else wasn't convinced? And Siegel and his family is a bunch of Vegas acts. You know, who else wasn't convinced? The film's music director, Quincy Jones. For once, might have time for my music director, Quincy Jones. For once, might have time for Michael, not just working on the film, but also living in New York, taking in the city, absorbing the film, but also living in New York, taking in the city, absorbing me. In August 1979, Michael Jackson from New Last Pop Music's 1979. Michael Jackson from New Last Pop Music. This is the album they're talking about, which is interesting because this disco album came out right as disco was becoming reviled. Mainstays in MJ's music and life. Rob, his engineer, and of course, Quincy Jones. Much like MJ, knowing the right people and how to best work with them. By 1970, he had a large network of studio musicians on call, and together they machine. Of course, it's not just the personnel involved behind the scenes that matters. You could build the most beautiful bourbon anyone's ever seen, and the centerpiece is, it's a voice that was as stunning as ever, but with a boatload of confidence to go behind it. You can hear him what was that? What meant Star Wars over? You just did it. I'm gonna say it, most underrated song in Michael's whole discography. Now, it's not just the bops that groove down on It's the Falling in Love and Girlfriend. And on the farthest end, you've got She's Out of My Life. Originally written for Frank Sinatra. I would give numerous things to hear how Sinatra would have performed. And I have to admit something. If you've ever seen the movie Monsters, Inc., you might remember the one part where Mike sings, She's out. Michael go, She's out of my life. I imagine Mike Wazowski singing, She's out of my in Monsters, Inc. There's the bit that looks the same as the music video. I am realizing at this exact second that this is probably a reference. I never really considered the possibility that this was just a reference to the She's Out of My Life music video. This is really going to shake up who I am as a person, like all the values that I hold for myself. Now, I know I've been showering this album with praise, but I cannot, in good conscience, call Off the Wall Michael's best album. Here's the thing, though. That's not because of this album, but the ones that will follow. If this is the gas Michael's was Off the Michael Jackson's debut. Was Off the Michael Jackson's debut album? No. Was Off the Wall Michael Jackson to the Motown albums, and I especially mean no offense to his fits, but Off the Wall is when Michael Jackson, the pop star,
high speed and not like 20.
So that was a 30-minute delay.
Yeah.
I was like, was that the wreck or is that somebody who
I think that was just someone that just got stuck.
We'll be there at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
Gives us enough time. Shower again in the big slow.
say?
That's me.
Yeah.
A song.
Yeah, I saw. What?
That album name. Sonido Cósmico?
Yeah.
It's Cosmic Sound. But I was like, wait, why is it in Spanish? And I read the title of the band and I was like, I got it.
Say if you crush it.
I got it.
I showed you the trick, right? I was talking about crush it this way and then lay it this way.
I also have my glasses, but it's on the handle.
What?
My glasses.
Uh-huh.
Put that on the handle. Should I move them?
I don't think it's buzzing anymore.
Yeah, I'm not asleep. I'm just resting my eyes.
You're fine. I didn't want that.
Kids and I went for a bike ride around the neighborhood, got back, and Cameron caught Hannah walking out of his room. He asked her what was she doing in his room. She said nothing and kept walking by him. Well, he just now went into his room, and the next thing I know is he yells, "Hannah, why is your poopy underwear in my room?" She said she didn't do it, but I asked her just now, and she said she did. She took them off and left in the middle of the floor with big poop stains.
Damn. Those kids. It wasn't me! Really, your underwear?
Her underwear, yeah. Her underwear in the middle of on the floor with big poopy stains. I don't even know what to fucking respond. Where's the GIF?
Tell them my responses.
I'm gonna send this one.
Okay, that's good. it only tries to figure out GPS based off like
Based on the internet.
Wi-Fi signals and shit that I can get, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't work great when we're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
What about Apple Maps? Would Apple Maps be like, oh, your iPhone has got GPS, I'll just use your iPhone?
Sometimes. It really just depends.
Can you bring up Apple Map on here and see what... Just looking at it, I can see the dot moving. What?
Sending you the address to the hotel for the iPad. He said she's a hot mess that fucks with him nonstop.
Huh?
Jesse said Hannah's a hot mess.
Yeah, it's like, what? Here we go. More people. That truck's putting their emergency flashers on. I'm like, uh-oh.
This was the other night, Liz. If you could pick any country to move to, where would it be? Hannah, not New York because pigeons, you know, poop.
this last year that she has some kind of. I haven't asked my brother for details. I don't remember.
Does she have Asperger's?
Some kind of learning disability or developmental anomaly or something. She's getting, seeing specialist stuff for it.
Really?
So, but she's not retarded. But,
no.
She's something.
A learning, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Dyslexia.
Does he not know? Does he know that we're talking about her?
I don't know.
Can he hear us? No?
Say, you read David's mind.
YouTube and let me make sure that you can't hear us. Because if you could, oh shit.
I haven't said anything.
Yeah, you can hear it.
Oh. Well, what's up with the...
Hold on. Yeah?
There you go. It's because something on here is